Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to... excuse me. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Felis Mengus, Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, FE Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mir in the Shire, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Jason Hornsby, J Mel's 24, Yu Unamento, Iron26, Endless, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnells, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon, as I say, are below this video. And with that, I'll hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
The mole tags have disappeared from YouTube.
The what tags?
Well, I call them mole tags, but you know, your flat Earth warning or the YouTube tag that you used to get on your videos, but on any flat Earth related video, they put their little box.
I hadn't noticed, but I'm going to go and look right now.
Yeah, just wondering if it's just on my YouTube, but
let's have a little look. Let's go under yesterday's. No, it's definitely there. Wikipedia. Flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception of the Earth's shape as a plane or disc. Many ancient cultures subscribe to a flat Earth cosmology. The model has undergone recent resurgence as a conspiracy theory in the 21st century. That's bollocks. It's just measured flat. By everyone.
Science disproved geometry.
I was calling
strange though, that's
wrong.
disappeared from my
Category error.
YouTube lately. I don't get them anymore.
Fair enough. I certainly do.
Yeah, same here. I still see it.
Hello.
Hello. You're off mute, Jardo.
Hello.
Hello.
The Jado goes way back to 2009. Wow, that's something.
Jardo goes back to 2009? What does that mean?
Pertaining to flat Earth.
Jardo goes back to 2009?
That's correct.
Is that right, Jardo? That's true, then that's your, after Charles Flat Earth Math, the longest serving person in this arena. Charles Flat Earth Math dates back to 2006. It'd be followed by Jardo, followed by Math Powerland.
Yeah, I was just explaining to Neil, previous to modern communications and social media, we had IRCs, relay chats online.
Yep.
Which was like the precursor to the modern Discord. So, you know, Discord now, you sign up, then you either go into a text chat or a voice chat. Well, back in the IRC days, you would log into your IRC channel. So there would be certain channels that people would host. You'd log in, and then there'd be a load of crap things that you could join: religion chat, this chat, that chat, and you'd have your name that you would choose, just like you choose now. If you wanted to use your own name, you could. And my older brother used to run a geocentric chat, because he was being a geocentrist for as long as I can remember. And in that chat, there was loads of flat earthers that would come, because the geocentrists and the flat earthers had a lot in common. So this is from memory as far back as early 2009. That's what I was explaining to Neil. Just before, when we were having a decent chat.
Yeah, so you go way back.
The 2009, the geocentrists piped up big time, because that's when the movie The Principle had started to be made. So they knew that movie was coming out, the next couple of years. And it sucked along a whole lot of flat earthers. But a lot of them disappeared in the transition to modern social media. Or they may not have disappeared, but they may have re-emerged in different names. They may have re-emerged as content creators. I'm not sure, but there was definitely some hearty chat back in the day.
It's interesting you say that, because I'm starting to reminisce about my entry into this subject. Obviously, writing the book, I'm going to pad it out with my experience through the years of doing this subject. And one of the first things I did was Flat Earth UK. Excuse me. And while I was doing that, the first question I asked everybody was, how did you find out that Earth was flat? And then I'd ask them, when did you first start producing material or covering it online? And obviously you get a general idea of when people started to come to the subject. And they all started to come to the subject in late 2014. That's when they all started as the wave that we currently know of in Flat Earth. Now, prior to that, there were other individuals like Charles who would describe exactly what you've just described. People on message boards and forums before internet had video really at all, in the way that it does now, like YouTube. Because I think YouTube was 2006, but it wasn't used like it is now. Just Star Wars videos, like people swinging around lightsabers. But this topic was being covered in the forums and in the chat rooms, and that was how it was covered. But all of those people just vanished, seemingly, just disappeared. And I never came across any of them again, in spite of interviewing anybody who was prevalent or making any sort of name for themselves talking about the subject. I'd try and interview them. So I don't know if I did 100 plus maybe interviews with people on Flat Earth UK that are still available, on the quest to get Math Powerland, which was like the big name to try and land at the time, because he was the one that sort of mainly on YouTube at least started that resurgence, followed by Debay and Jaron and Mark and myself and various other people who all followed suit. But yeah, certainly Charles, Flat Earth Math, would talk about how it was covered. And I could never find anybody who predated, certainly Math. He was like the first wave, and then everyone seemed to follow afterwards. But it's like, where are all these people that were covering it on the message boards and forums? Where did they all disappear to? And the answer is, I don't know. Maybe in the same way we've been built up over the last 10 years to then be split up and disbanded, divide and rule, right? Maybe that's the same thing that happened to them, and they all just became despondent and just buggered off and did their own thing, and then either faded into the background, died, got on with other things, whatever. I don't know, because I never found any of them. You're the first, and obviously Flat Earth Math is a globe earther.
Yeah, I guess when I've seen over the years, when there's been a change in media, there seems to be like a complete displacement of people that are around, and then a whole heap of new people arrive, and the new media. I'm talking about communication media. I remember some of the people transitioning from the chat media to the multimedia, and my wife would have to help me out, but some of them were so good. The early content was so great, you probably haven't even heard of them. There was one guy, hopefully his name comes to me. He used to do cartoon flat Earth clips. Early days before Powerland. Like, this is the first years of YouTube. And he used to start with the saying, I'm just sitting here with, his friend or his wife or whatever. And then he would go on to give this little 5-minute spiel about how the earth is flat. And I still remember those videos. But he only lasted a couple of years, then disappeared once the new wave come through, such as the debates and so forth. Yeah, it's a pity my memory can't serve me a bit better.
While you're racking your brains for that, I can wholeheartedly agree. So it's like we go through the journey of discovery to reach a nuanced point where we're concisely debunking the notion of Earth being a sphere at the moment by pointing out how everyone's measuring Earth flat in all instances. But the simultaneous transition to the younger generation covering it on TikTok, and what are they covering? Mandela Effect, Tartaria, 9/11 Truth. It's all the same playbook. The numpties come out, say they're flat earthers, and talk about everything but flat Earth. Then get debunked by a whole group of other people who say these flat earthers are easy to debunk. Look at this guy talking about cracks in the ground. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's cyclical. And decent researchers get replaced by people who talk nonsense. And then they're the ones who get debunked, and so it continues.
So are you saying that in time we're all going to be disbanded?
Or die, Neil.
Interesting.
Yes. I got a lot of pushback on yesterday's show. I was in one of those kind of throwaway moods where I'm like, I'll just do whatever I fancy doing. We're covering this video and I'll moan and bleat about it however I like. It'll just flow out of me because I'm not that fussed. The numbers are down, so I'm kind of... It's weird how the numbers go down and people actually praise me more. But yesterday it wasn't praise. I got a lot of pushback from globe earthers lying. Saying, you keep saying Earth's measured flat, but you don't present any measurements. I'm like, yeah, dude, it's all I did for the whole show. And then and then someone was like, oh yeah, timestamp it then. So I'm like, okay. I randomly scrolled through to a bit that I know there was measurements of horizontal distance and the eye level height on screen. Timestamped it, and they reiterated their lie. I'm like, this is interesting. Now, you said, Neil, that I would expect to get pushback from flurfs. On the contrary, I received a couple of PayPal donations with comments about how wonderful the show was. So you're like, okay, so the flurfs are really pleased to the point where they're giving me money. And the globers are just flat out lying about what I'm covering in the show. Isn't that interesting?
No, I didn't specify flat earthers. I said you're gonna get a lot of people mad with that. And I was trying to get across to you that I was on 24/7 earlier, and they were trying to claim that, are you saying that just because in celestial navigation or using an elevation angle, just because the baseline is flat, you're saying the whole Earth is flat? So they were pushing back on me there.
So just because it's flat, does it mean it's flat? Was the question. That sounds idiotic.
Yeah, well, because they're saying in other words, you're not measuring the whole Earth. That whole deal.
I don't understand their issue with it because you have your zenith distance from if you're taking an elevation and something's at 40 degrees, there's a zenith distance to where it becomes 90, which could be thousands of miles.
Exactly.
So,
Now, let me get this straight before you go on. It wasn't anybody from 24/7. It was the ballers that are in 24/7 that were attacking me, not the prominent guys that are there. And I don't want to put enmity between them because they're trying to unite, let's just say.
I tried to unite. Oh, well, that's good, I guess. They have a weird way of attempting to unite, though.
Well, no, they want Nathan back, and things are going to be worked out. They're all behind Nathan,
that's good.
100%. Yeah, they're all behind Nathan. There's nobody that is not behind him. Let's put it that way.
Well, I mean, it's hard not to be just based off the, what we were told. Like, it's hard for one side to look good on that, you know?
It's just weird though, because I was in there for a little while just listening, and such an easy debunking. Like, where are they saying that the moon landing took place? They're going, well, this couldn't happen because what about this and all the things that they try to debunk a moon landing or the vacuum of space, but they never get into the heart of it. You know what I mean? Like, you're in Narnia.
Instead of taking the vacuum of space away from the Globers, they want to argue about what causes shadows during eclipses.
Yeah, similar to that, yes. In that vein.
Yeah, there's still a lot of people trying to debunk the globe model with the moon landings. I find it amazing, still bringing up the footprint, the waving of the flag. Hold on a second. What about the vacuum of space itself? The journey couldn't take place in the vacuum of space.
Well,
I
a
didn't
waving
say
flag is
nothing.
better proof than the second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah, if I would have said, I didn't say anything. I just listened because I don't want to be the one that's trying to stop this unity. I just listened, shaking my head. I'm like, oh my God, how long is this going to go on? Somebody just come in and say, the vacuum of space is fake. Hello.
uh, I don't know. Guess they're just not up to it yet. I mean, just by me being a fly on the wall in there sometimes, I've come to realize they just don't know certain arguments yet that, we've been learning about over here for the past 4 years. Over there, it's still new to them. Like talking about elevation angles and stuff is not something anyone. I mean, there's a couple Jedi's good at it. That's why I get irritated with them, because I'll be saying something and I know he's listening and I know he knows everything I'm saying is 100% correct, but he won't really help out either. So it gets a little irritating. Oh well,
Well,
it is what it is.
well, you said it because you said arguments. They want to still be involved in arguments, but we come right out and just bring out reality. They want to still argue. So they like the arguments of, shadows and footprints and flags not moving. It's an argument you could still have, you know? You could show you, like Nathan was saying, you could show your superiority and your knowledge of the heliocentric model. But where's the flat earth proof in that?
Yeah, they want to sniff their own
Yeah, they're
farts.
just kicking the can.
Sniffing your own farts. Nom, 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 nom. I'm so smart and intelligent, I know how Earth curve works.
Yeah, these channels, they are catering for the ballers, you know. I think that's what is going on. It's a easy way for the ballers to come in and bring their arguments to the table, arguments that have been debunked over and over again. But otherwise, no one would dare to come in.
I think a lot of it has to do with the spectacle. I mean, if you could have a 45-minute heated argument with the baller about what causes the shadows during eclipses, that seems a little more entertaining than a 30-second argument where the baller leaves after you mention how the Earth's measured.
No,
Yeah.
let's talk about neutrinos and something like that, you know, rather than speaking about the measurements of Earth. Flat.
I did get a little
exactly.
bit of pushback on yesterday's show from a flatty saying, no, you're wrong. The 9/11 truth thing is really important and people need to pay attention to that. And you just ending arguments is diminishing all of that research. I'm like, what's it got to do with flat Earth, though? About bloody 9/11 truth. Who cares?
Yeah, that's a separate topic.
Right, but it opens people's minds to how they've been deceived by governments. Like, I knew people were being deceived by governments when I was about 11 years old. I knew the news was all false when I was about 8 years old. So why do we need that in this subject? Got nothing to do with the subject. It just turns us into conspiracy theorists, as the CIA labelled us. That's how it was from day one. I come along and say, Earth's flat. Amazing, isn't it? And someone says, yeah. Do you know there was no planes on 9/11? You're like, what are you talking about? I'm a no plane guy. What are you talking about, no planes? Well, you need to know all about this conspiracy. I'm like, what conspiracy? Well, the 9/11 conspiracy. Do I? Yeah, you do, flat earther. Why? Well, because same reason you need to know about chemtrails. Chemtrails? What are they? What are you babbling about? You don't know about this stuff? No. Well, why not? Let me educate you in 9/11 truth and chemtrails. Because that's very important for a flat earther to know. And by the way, did you think that Mandela died in jail? You're like, why am I being asked these questions? What the hell does this have to do with how Earth gets measured? And the answer is nothing. The further away we can get us as individuals to talk about something that's completely unrelated to the subject, the less likely we are to point out what's on screen now. Right, the flat baseline that you were questioning 24/7. Well, if we're measuring Earth with a flat baseline, does that mean Earth's flat? It can't possibly mean Earth's flat if we're measuring it flat, can it? Yeah, it can, yeah.
Well, like I told you, they one of the ballers had a screen similar to what you have on now, but let's just say half of it was blue and half of it was white. Looked like water and sky. And he was trying to get me, he was asking me if I could get an elevation angle from what I'm looking at on screen. And I would not answer him, right? Because what he wanted to do was, if I said yes, of course, if there's a star there or the sun, you can get an elevation angle. Because then he would have blown the picture up and turned it into a ball and tried to mock me with it. So I didn't fall for it.
Nothing to fall for. Even if he blows it up as a ball, you're saying, so what you're actually saying is this elevation angle's not an angle then? It's off a curve, so it's not an angle. And if it goes, oh, well, Earth's so big we measure it flat. Let's just hear that again. So it's measured flat then. Your inference that there's a really big ball. No, if you measure a star on the equator, on the horizon, then it could be tens of thousands of miles away. And it's still an angle, two straight lines meeting at the ground position. So you've got a 90 degree to your position, regardless of the distance to the GP of the star. That's flat. You want to blow it up and say, oh no, it's a massive tangent plane. Well, how big do you want the tangent plane to be? What, 5 times bigger than the ball Earth that you've got dangling below a single point? Because the single point for the surface that requires you ascertain the ground position has to be, and is, as demonstrated on screen, flat. If it isn't, then you're not measuring an angle anymore. So it's either accept that you're measuring an angle, 2 straight lines, or you say, look, if I blow it up, it's a really big ball. Well, then you're not measuring 2 straight lines anymore. So you haven't got an angle.
Yeah, he was talking right through me the whole time anyway. But that's the whole thing. They would have said, yeah, but you just said you can get an elevation angle from there. And now I just showed you that you could do it on a ball.
Yeah, but you can't. It's either
I
two
know.
straight lines or it isn't. That's the rock and hard place. You either accept that you're measuring two straight lines, that's what an angle is, in which case the surface level, where the ground position meets at 90 degrees to your position along a flat line, is what it is. That's not disputable. But they say, oh, if I blow it up, Earth's so big we can measure it flat. No, you're just measuring it flat. Making an excuse for how ball-shaped it isn't, it's an angle, isn't going to fly.
What I did say was, you're not being honest here, because when you blow it up, you're not taking it from the surface. You have to go into the center to even get an angle.
Well, I mean, you're still taking it from the surface. He just has a fake picture.
No, he wasn't taking it from the surface. When he blew it up, it was a big ball. So for him to get an elevation angle, he would have had to go to the equatorial plane in the center of the Earth. Because he ain't getting it from the surface.
Yeah, we covered that yesterday. So they have to do what's on screen now, put it in the centre of hell to make the Earth a glorified protractor, to make the angle function from the equatorial plane. They can suggest that they've taken a flat measurement from a tangential plane to Earth's surface that isn't being measured if it's ball-shaped, and then move that tangential plane that isn't Earth's surface as a ball inside the ball, like on screen, so that the angle can emanate from within through a glorified protractor known as the globe Earth to the celestial hemisphere, because that's all you can see at one time, depicted with both north and south. Those are flat directions. So they cannot be, as modelled here, antipodal from one another. They can be modelled that way. That doesn't mean that south suddenly stops being a flat horizontal direction. It is. And this emanates from a plane. They just haven't drawn it on this diagram. Here it is in a much more concise manner. If you're trying to describe the great circles, areas of equal elevation, flat.
There you go. There it is right there. Nothing from the surface.
No, the latitude lines are just glorified circles of equal elevation. Wrapped around a ball, flat when measured. But yeah,
This is a.
go on, Neil.
Sorry. I was just going to say, this is a total destruction of everything, and they know it.
Yes. Because they rely on Earth being flat as much as we do. Their measurements are horizontal and linear to punch into their mathematics. Their areas of equal elevation are still measured off a flat plane with angles to stars. Their systems are the same as our systems. There's only one way of measuring Earth. It's universally used by all, and it's flat. The conversion to say, well, no, these areas of equal elevation, if you say take North Pole as described in this, that's the star called Polaris, at your zenith, and then you go to the extremity of what's known as the equator and measure it at a minimum, you can derive an area of equal elevation known as an equatorial plane. And in between each of those angles, you can draw further circles that in this diagram are described parallel to the surface of the equatorial plane. But then what does that mean? That each parallel is above the one before, and then you can map that circle wrapped around a spherical ball with a map that's spherical? It's nonsense. But where do you begin? Well, you begin with the angle measurements to the North Pole, the Polaris star. That's what's being measured to create latitude.
Yeah, see what's happening is when we used to whistle right past it, now we're stopping right there and bringing it to everybody's attention. And they can't have that.
I've got a whole bunch of time wasters on my hands as well. So since I've said, yeah, I'll do debates, and then pointed out that a couple of $100 got paid to me, and then by chance a couple of $100 more after I'd done the debate got paid to me. And people have gone, all right, so you will do a debate on other people's channels if we pay you? I'm like, yeah. Then you get through 3 or 4 emails from this person, and they start debating with you in email. You're like, I've already explained to you, my PayPal address is the same as my email address. Now, that's my way of saying, just pay me. As opposed to debate me on email after suggesting that you're going to give me money. There was some wanker in the chat saying, Nathan says he will debate people, but I've emailed him. I'm like, have you? Go through my inbox, find emails from about 6 months ago, maybe even longer. I'm like, oh, okay, fair enough. This person has actually emailed me because I didn't look through. I just happened to see his 3rd email in a row. I responded and said, okay, well, I don't debate. There's nothing to debate. Point 1, we measure Earth flat. Everyone measures Earth flat, but I'll come on your show for a fee, or your Discord server in this instance, and point out point 1. Everyone's measuring Earth flat. Now, at this point, I'm, like I say, pointing out what they say is my, quote, going rate. Well, your going rate's $200, right, for a couple of hours? Like, no. I'll decide what the going rate is once we negotiate how much I want to charge you. But my PayPal address is the same as my email. That's a hint to say, you better pay me because I've dealt with several of your emails now. So by the time the 4th one comes in and they're addressing each of my points individually, this is under a fake name, by the way. Roger that. It's like, one of my questions was, what is your name? My name's Nathan Oakley. What's your name? And instead of responding, they responded, hello, Mr. O. It's like, I'm not abbreviating Roger that to Mr. T because I'm creating a fake persona to email some guy with, some guy being me. I've got a real name and I'm busy. Now, if you want my attention, like the person that wanted me to debate, right? They immediately dropped money on my door. Here you go, here's money. Now let's negotiate about what your fee would be to do a debate with me. Like, okay. I know this person's serious. They've already given me some money. Now, I'm not suggesting that you go about it in that way, but by the same token, debating me in the email where you're supposed to be negotiating a fee for me going on a show is not how I go about things after reading 4 frickin' emails. Like, if you want to show intent, pay me. Now, it's not like I'm going to be expensive if I'm talking a couple of $100 in a previous occasion. That was the negotiated fee. That doesn't mean it's going to be the same for everybody. But it's not what Brian did, which was say, oh, $5,000. I'm like, oh, I don't think I'm worth that, frankly. I mean, I'm a relatively small YouTuber. A couple of $100 is, yeah, probably the going rate, depending on what person next man is asking me to do and how long they want me to do it for. If it's an extremely hostile environment, then, yeah, I'm going to charge more. But by the same token, it's not going to be thousands. It might be one day. But eventually, I do expect to actually see some money, not spend hours going back and forth on emails where my points that I'd be telling my opponent, not asking, are raised and pointed out in response to a request to debate. It's like, no, I need to clear that up straight away. You think there's a debate, there isn't. Now, that's not just some rhetoric, that's not just some mantra, that is a fact. There is no debate. We do all measure Earth flat. There aren't any exceptions. Now, I'm going to point that out immediately if somebody's asking me to quote-unquote debate. I wouldn't be honest if I said, oh, yeah, I'll enter into a debate, knowing full well that I'm immediately going to shut that person down the second they mention a flat Earth measurement. I already know it's not a debate, so I'm going to point that out. That doesn't mean I want to debate that with the person suggesting I go on their neutral platform while they moderate. It's like, if you're debating with me in the emails that we're negotiating a fee on, why on unholy hell would I believe that you're going to be a neutral moderator? You're already challenging what I say before I've even been paid a dime. So get lost. Well, that was my attitude. Get lost. You're a time-wasting wanker. That's what I said. By the time I got to the 4th email, and they, I had a quick glance over it, didn't actually read it, but they were like talking about my microphones. Oh, because I'm very, very busy. Sorry, I missed your first couple of emails. I'm busy. They're like, oh yeah, busy selling microphones. Fuck off, wanker. You're going to start talking about me selling microphones. You're obviously not serious and you're obviously not going to pay me a dime, or you would have done already. But instead, you're being sarcastic about me having to flog microphones to make ends meet. Now, that is being a shit. Not somebody who's ever going to pay me. They're just going to waste my time. I've worked long enough in retail to know a time waster when I smell one.
Yeah, I think you're right on point there. There is no debate, but I'll gladly set you straight on what's going on, but you got to show me the money first.
Yeah.
But there is no debate.
Yeah, pay me. Not to go back and forth 4 emails later with not a dime appearing in my PayPal account. It's like, by which point I'm like, sod off. Got better things to do. Yes, I have got microphones to sell and purchase. But that's not something I want to be discussing with some wanker that's asking me to go on their show. It's like, if you want me on your show, it's fairly straightforward. You give me money, I come on your show. Not, we go back and forth million emails later with no money exchanging hands. No, I haven't got the time for it. I'm not going to read endless stupid emails from idiots with fake names. Why would you want to email me with a fake name, you coward bitches? If you want to talk to me, number one, get a real freaking name so you've got some accountability, like I've ascribed. It sounds like half the people in the Globe Earth side of this discussion have assigned themselves real sounding names that aren't actually their name. Like, why would they need to do that?
Wait a second. Buckshotbuster's not a real name?
All of them give themselves stupid names, but there's certain people out there that have got seemingly sounding real names that aren't. You find out later that's a fake name. I'm not going to name names. Who cares? My point is, me, I'm just like, what have I got to be embarrassed about? Nothing. I'll stand by what I say and I'll put my name on the line to do it. Now, people just take advantage of that and they will dox you and try and shame you as an individual, as a character with a real name. Like, you with your fake name coming along to shame me, why aren't you putting your real name next to your shite that you spew about us being on a globe? That, to me, speaks absolutely volumes about the people who we deal with. They're not confident enough to put their own bloody name next to their own rhetoric.
I think you just hit it on the head. They're not confident. You're right.
No. Why give yourself a fake name? Oh, I need my anonymity. What for? All you're doing is spouting the mainstream rhetoric that 99% of the world believes in anyway. But you need anonymity? Why?
Because they know the reality, and they got to make sure that they protect themselves so they can never say, well, I knew it was flat all along.
Under their real name, if the exposure finally goes against them, they can turn around
Yep.
and say, oh, I knew all along. Maybe.
Listen, I don't know what's going on anymore, to be honest with you.
In what regard?
Well, since this DFE thing, a lot of crazy things been happening. Come on.
You mean people have behaved out of character?
Yeah, absolutely. It's like people you didn't even expect. So, like, I don't know what the heck's going on anymore, to be honest. I
don't
do
know
know that
either.
Earth is flat, though.
The closer I get to a concise explanation of Earth being measured flat, the more flack I seem to have to deal with. The more censorship I seem to face. The more a struggle it becomes. The easier the argument for a flat Earth becomes, the harder life in general becomes. The more people seem to betray you, the more you get censored from people's view. It just becomes harder and harder just existing. The debate gets easier, general life gets harder. So it does come across like there's no way of stopping the truth, but you can stop an individual. Me. You can just stifle them. Or starve them, in my case.
You know what's weird? My wife said to me the other day, since this whole thing transpired, she hears everything. She's like, so let me ask you a question. If Nathan was to come out tomorrow and all of a sudden he's a baller, Would you also go back to the globe? I said, babe, the Earth is measured flat. There's no going back. Not even for Nathan.
Yeah, you need a narrative if you're going to go away from the flat Earth, like Jeranism had. Oh, well, I had this flat Earth map, and now that's been debunked by TFE, therefore I can go back to the globe. A narrative. Me have a narrative? What am I going to do? Suddenly deny the flat Earth elevation angle measurements, horizontal linear distance measurements, and heights off surface level, parallel eye level, flight level, sea level? Am I going to deny all these things? Rise over run? How am I going to get around denying all these things when somebody puts those to me? Now, Jaron's never put any decent arguments out there. All he ever did was debunk NASA. So he's easily turning back to the globe. I was wrong. NASA is real. That's all he needs to say. And in the same way, people who say, oh, well, you can't go to space to prove it's not true, well, we can disprove it with a natural law. But if you're not doing that, you can just rescind all the things you said in an area that nobody's visiting because it isn't real. Oh, I said there wasn't a lion in Narnia. Well, it turns out there is a lion in Narnia. I was wrong all along. Who's going to disprove me? Go to Narnia and show me there isn't a lion. Well, Narnia's not real. Well, says you. I was wrong. There's definitely a talking lion there, says Jaron, comparatively speaking.
Yeah, with the South. How are you?
All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello, Mumblers. Hello, Flat Arthur. So I've been reminiscing about the last 10 years of Flat Earth. We did a little bit of it in the pre-show. And one of the things I say in each and every intro that I do to Flat Earth Debate is, if you'd like to join the panel, it'll increase the chances of a more diverse panel. Now, as much as a lot of the people in Discord currently are regulars, it would be nice to get an idea of some of the paths that you guys have taken onto this subject. So, who's brave enough to open their mic so I can interact with them about how they found out Earth is obviously, observably, measurably, navigatably flat?
I'll go, Nathan.
How did you find out Earth was flat, Duncan?
Well, I was just browsing conspiracy tard forums, and I came across this video about flat Earth, and I was like, well, that's just really stupid. And then I watched this guy talk about it, and he was saying how he didn't even present any evidence. He was just saying that how it was so perfect that the globe is taught to you when you're very young. The first thing you see when you go into a classroom is the globe, and you're taught all this stuff despite what you see. And it just made so much sense to me. And then I started researching it more, and then I came across your channel and other channels, and here we are now.
Okay, well, a new question, different question, subtly. How did you find out for sure and without a doubt that Earth is actually flat, as opposed to you were taught a ball from birth, blah, blah, blah?
I want to say when I know for sure when we find out all the measurements several years ago. But before, I just knew before that because I just felt it. So, but as far as like evidence, yeah, probably when we all discovered all the measurements we always use back in 2020.
Right. And what path were you on when you found your way to those videos or that material? Were you on a particular... I don't want to lead you too much, but were you looking at certain information and then you got to Flat Earth?
Yeah, I was really into like the end of the world 2012 kind of thing at the time. And I was looking into Mandela effects and stuff like that. And then I came across Flat Earth.
I'm glad you chuckled, because it's one of those things that I'm going to be highlighting more and more. There's a certain type of individual that comes to and talks about this subject. And it's nut jobs. No offence. But end of the world, you chuckled because presumably you know that's pretty kooky, right?
Yeah. Now I do. At the time, I thought it was pretty serious. I don't know if nut jobs is the right word. I would say like the more just curious about the nature of reality.
Sure. But what I'm saying is they're not putting mathematicians and scientists on the road to discovering Earth is measured flat. They're putting people who think the world's going to end and there's a Mandela effect onto the path of finding out the truth about the nature of our flat reality. Ergo, you're going to be keen to tell people inevitably about your journey to this subject, and your experience is one of a conspiratorial nature. Therefore, what type of person talks about Flat Earth? People who are conspiratorial by nature, right?
I suppose that's true, but I don't think that's the right term.
Of course not. I'm labelling you with it. You're not going to like that, and I understand that, Duncan, and you've taken it very, very well, and I applaud you for that. I, too, am a nut job who is looking at subliminal messaging and narcissism prior to finding my way to Math Powerland talking about Earth being flat. So by my own standards, I was a kooky nut job looking at outlandish subject matters that were niche. So therefore, when I start spouting my truth about Flat Earth, it will inevitably involve talking about things like subliminal messaging, hidden meanings behind sex in words on Disney covers. That was my foray into this subject. That was what I came from in terms of what was a narcissism video, probably by Thomas Sheridan, followed by the autoplay YouTube feature putting up Math Powerland for me to indulge in. So, but for the autoplay function, after videos about, like I say, psychopathy, narcissism, and subliminal messaging, I wouldn't have found my way to this subject. Now, is it the level-headed normies that have got a normal, rational cognition about them that are being told how Earth is observably, measurably, navigatably flat? No. We get told there's no Earth curve we see too far. Now go out and tell people how Mandela effect is something that you've found out about, because what else have you got to talk about? If you're only finding out the Earth's flat today, what do you talk about if you want to talk about it? You won't have found out all the details. It's taken me 10 years. Minimum, probably 11 now. I've lost count. But my point is that what are you going to talk about initially? Well, when I first started talking about this subject with Fake Spaceman in Space, formerly Fake Clouds in the Sky, he talked about the fake clouds in the sky and 9/11 truth, because that's what he'd been researching. And I talked about subliminal messages and psychopathy. In other words, we didn't talk about Flat Earth because we didn't know enough about it. We were fed ball lie information so that we talked about how the ball didn't work, setting us up to fail. So we could argue with other numpties who felt offended by us saying Earth's flat full stop, telling us how the ball did work. Well, everybody ignores the flat Earth measurements. Now, 10 years down the line, we're starved out of existence, algorithmically precluded from reaching the ears of any normal people, and seen with disdain when we're seemingly ending arguments too quickly. I mean, what a joke. 5, 6, 7 years ago, it's like, where's your flat Earth evidence? Now I say, here's my flat Earth evidence. Here's Dan measuring Earth flat 1,000 times, and then quoting him, well, we don't only measure Earth flat. Or conspiracy cats measuring perspective off a flat plane and going, well, I'll give you a flat Earth for that. It's like, I use my enemies as hostile witnesses for their literal measurement of Earth as a flat plane, and I'm told I end the argument too quickly. So we're surrounded by numpties, and we were those numpties. So the game's rigged. Who else wants to talk about their folly? Probably no one. I've done that to Duncan.
Well,
Sorry,
I want
Duncan.
to add one quick thing to that is that, numpties or conspiratards or whatever you want to call us, I'm willing to bet that everybody in this room has a higher intelligence IQ than most people.
I bet it's all average.
Not me.
I doubt that highly. I hate to disagree with you, Duncan. No, I bet everybody here is probably very average in that regard. As in, nobody's smarter or dumber than next man for having been a bit more sceptical. Now, skepticism and intelligence aren't necessarily directly correlated with one another. You can be highly skeptical and really stupid. You can be extremely mainstream and extremely intelligent. Those two things don't necessarily correlate with one another. But in terms of the average intelligence of the people in this arena, I'd say it was no different to any other arena. I mean, unless you're looking at, I don't know, something that's highly specialised, brain surgery or something, you know what I mean? Without the exceptions of very specialised fields, this would be no different to any other group. You could have a group that's talking about, I don't know, gardening, and find that if you averaged out the intelligent level of all the people participating, it would be about the same as us.
I just have to disagree because it's such a niche topic, and only the highly curious are going to seek it out, I think.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there. Curiosity and skepticism. High degrees of curiosity and skepticism, absolutely, without question. Definitely. But intelligence? That doesn't necessarily follow. Anyway.
I think it does because if you're going to question stuff and ask things and want to find out, how things work, I think you are going to have a higher intelligence as opposed to people that don't ask those questions.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. There's no way of quantifying this in a physical way immediately to disprove what I'm saying and prove what you're saying, or vice versa. So, in the most literal sense, we have to agree to disagree because neither of us can prove our point. It's not necessarily relevant to what I'm trying to get across to my audience, which is to say, the people who present flat Earth information, generally speaking, are of a disposition that they will talk about other subjects that will, can, and do get used to make them look stupid. Now, that might not be pleasant to hear. It might leave a bitter taste in your mouth. But then think back to the amount of times that somebody's picked on something that has absolutely sod all to do with the nature of Earth as a flat plane in the way it's measured, and instead focused in on something that was literally absolutely nothing to do with the subject, but because you're a flat earther, that was used against you. And I'm sure almost everybody without exception in this room will be able to think of an example where that's happened to them. Probably in the last 24 hours.
Oh yeah, yesterday for sure.
There you go. So yeah, the game's rigged.
I have this group of friends that I talk to about it all the time, and they, I present all the evidence, and they're still just like, nope, I don't believe it.
It's not about belief anymore. Go on, Neil.
I don't fit in with you conspirators. I was on the way to a job with my younger brother. I said the story before. I was just looking at the sun and just saying, wow, it's amazing how amazing God is, that if we were any closer to the sun, we'd burn, and any further away, we'd freeze, and how the earth is moving, but we don't feel it. God's amazing. And he just said to me, why, you think we live on a globe? And that's how the door opened up. I was like, well, of course. Well, what do you think we live on? And he started breaking down flat earth with a lot of feast and nonsense. But I didn't come through conspiracy. I came through like being inquisitive about the globe and how awesome God is.
You were quoting the Goldilocks zone to your brother.
Yeah. That's what I thought, I didn't know. And then as I started, I tried to debunk it. Like the first thing I got was how to prove Earth is a globe was climb up a tree. I was like, something's wrong here.
Yeah, so in 2025, climb up a tree is measure your altitude with respect to a plane of reference so you can get a parallel eye level. All flat Earth prerequisites, and then describe a distance to a geometric horizon in a horizontal linear fashion with miles or kilometres. 3 flat Earth prerequisites before you've done a thing.
That's correct. You're right. But see, we're not whistling past it. If we would have only known it back then.
Well, we know it now. So the fact that we've come from conspiratorial roots doesn't necessarily tarnish the current information. And when we're using hostile witnesses to point out how our opponents in this so-called debate utilise flat Earth measurements all the time, how are you going to argue with it? It's back to rock and a hard place. You either accept your own use of a flat Earth when measuring Earth, or you don't. You can say, well, actually, this horizontal plane of reference, 90 degrees to the ground position below a star I'm measuring with an angle, isn't really an angle. Look, if I zoom out this diagram, it's actually on a curve. No, that means it's not an angle anymore. So you're relinquishing your measurements because you want to believe that what was, is, and always can only be 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex with a ground position 90 degrees to your position is actually a curved line to the ground position. It isn't.
Yeah, then it's not an angle anymore. You're 100% right. But that's what they have. They have trickery. They try to trick you into saying something and then show you a globe on some computer and then say, you just told me that you could get an elevation angle from there. Now, look, that point you just pointed at, even though I didn't point at anything, I made it a globe.
I mean, it's kind of sad, really. I mean, they're feeding their own belief structure by violating base measurements of Earth's surface. Now, the way Earth's surface is measured will never and can never change. It's the origin for the globe religion. If you don't measure Earth flat, you can't utilise the flat Earth measurements, and there are only one way of measuring Earth, that's flat, to back calculate your globe. Well, it's like denial of the flat measurements means the denial of the globe that you're utilising the flat measurements to create.
I don't think they realize that yet. Because that's what I said. I said, you can't argue with a measurement. When a measurement is given, it's a measurement. They were like, oh, yes, I can. You never heard of second order measurements? Or how did you get that measurement? Or what tool did you use?
Yeah, like I say, you can deny it all you like, but the globe is based on those measurements. Hence, our opponents use them all day long. Go ahead, Jardo.
It's Georgia. I've been having this dilemma for many years now. I'm from the islands of the Azores in the Atlantic. The Azores is an archipelago of 9 islands, and in the middle group there's 5 islands that are very close together. And when I was in secondary school, the science teacher brought up the measurements of Earth, you know, the radius of 3959 miles. And we would question right there and then, because sometimes, weather permitting, we could see these islands far away in the horizon, even further islands behind the set island that you could see in the foreground. In the background, to see another one. So the distance to the horizon would vary depending on the weather, and we would have this struggle with the science teacher. And we became a persona non grata. You know, we were not welcome in class because we were always bringing that subject up. So yeah, later on, obviously, came across the flat Earth debate, and not just, but the confirmation that it's flat. It's not a sphere. It's never been a sphere. So from the early age, I knew in me that it was flat. Distance to the horizon couldn't be a distance to the horizon. Obviously, it was obvious for us. Obviously, it's sometimes of the year you couldn't see those set islands, but in summertime mainly, you could see us far away. So yeah, for me it was like a sense of victory, you know.
Are you saying you see too far?
Well,
Yeah.
he's saying compared to what the teacher's telling him in the moment, he sees too far. And you can't really argue with that as a standard. Now, I wouldn't necessarily decry that testimony. I'd just say, well, the distance itself, when asserting how far you should or shouldn't see as the teacher's perspective goes, requires a horizontal linear distance measurement to be ascribed for how far you say we should or shouldn't see. Well, as soon as you ascribe a distance to it, you're ascribing a horizontal to the distance. That's how the distance functions. So the distance itself proves Earth is measured flat. It's horizontal and linear in nature. Ergo, you can't ascribe the distance to a ball when miles themselves are flat. Kilometres themselves are flat, like the scale on a map is flat. So you're using flat Earth distances, as the teacher goes, to suggest where a geometric horizon would be. And where do you get the derivation, second order as you called it, of that distance to geometric sphere edge, debunked in 2020 by the Black Swan? Well, by climbing a tree and measuring your altitude off surface level. But the target object has the same shared parallel plane and parallel eye level and surface level measurement applied to it for the horizontal distance ascribed to suggest where something should or shouldn't be seen. So you've got 3 flat Earth prerequisites to make the assertion. Now, once you know that the measurements to make the globe assertion are all flat, it all falls apart. What are you left with? Well, just the measurements. And they're flat.
Hi, Nathan. Just did a quick search. It's just something to read out. It's just how it contradicts itself. Just a quick search on Google. Is Earth measured horizontally? And the AI response is yes. The Earth is measured horizontally in various ways, such as calculating its circumference and diameter, and by using measurements like latitude and longitude to map its surface. These horizontal measurements are crucial for navigation and geographical mapping, despite the Earth's curved and 3-dimensional shape.
So yes, we measure it flat, despite it being a ball strapped onto the end of an explanation for all the horizontal measurements. Well, that's not contradicting itself. It's just strapping on the end in spite of it being a ball. Well, no, you don't measure things flat if they're ball-shaped.
I remember when I really knew for sure, I think it was around 2017, the horizon topic was a big deal. And in my hometown, I would look out west and I would see the horizon and I would look at it every day, and every day it would change and I would see so far on certain days.
Again, so like, no offense to you, but like with George, so you'd look west and you're familiar with a compass, right?
Right.
And is west anything other than 2-dimensional?
No, it was just no mountains in that direction.
The direction itself is flat. West is flat.
Right. I didn't realize that.
No, it seems so obvious now, 10 years down the line. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, so we're going to look west. That's flat. What's that? You're gonna ask me about how west is somehow related to a ball? It isn't. Even in your own ball-shaped vernacular, you've got west on the equatorial plane, inside the ball, with the latitude system as just described earlier, by definition, as read out by one deck, wrapped around you, wrapped around a flat plane, where the directions that are flat can still hold true in a flat manner, as they absolutely do.
Yeah, but we can't be indicted for that because we were told that we had to look for curvature. Refracted says it all the time. They set it up in a way where we were all looking for curvature.
Yeah. We can't find the curve. The curve's not where it's supposed to be. It's like, what do you mean supposed to be? We were set up to fail from the outset. Fail in the respect that we argue how the ball doesn't work, they argue how the ball does work, and nobody notices that the ball's working with flat Earth measurements. Because we're not looking at the measurements, we're looking at where Earth curve resides. and the distance to it is flat. But as long as nobody mentions that, we can punch in the flat measurements and everyone can argue about where the horizon should or shouldn't be. And when we overcome the calculations, they add another layer of refraction on top of the calculations. Again, still not noticing or measuring the Earth as flat beyond what we actually use and punch into the calculator. So we'll all use the flat measurements and flat heights and our parallel eye levels. As long as nobody mentions that that requires Earth be flat, then we can argue all day about how Earth curve is or isn't there, can't we?
Or we can argue that a horizontal line provided by the horizon is actually curving.
Exactly. We're looking at a horizontal line and asking ourselves why it doesn't curve in the way it's supposed to. It's not supposed to be doing anything. But the distance we'll talk about, the measurements, the heights, the altitudes, they're all flat, perpendicular to a plane. And what's that? No, it is actually height off a curve. Well, how are you going to have a parallel eye level? For your maths, you won't. Fundamentally, at all levels, Earth has to be functionally flat, or it doesn't work with any calculation. So your measurements have to be flat. So Earth has to be measured flat. There is no exception.
Yeah, but back then they were like in the authoritative teaching position, and they would throw out these phrases like, you can't have a horizon on a sphere, and celestial navigation only works on a globe. And we just didn't know enough yet at the time, but we do now.
Exactly. We didn't know that yet. In my case, we couldn't verbalize that, But one thing we were sure of, me and my mates, a couple of them, was the distance to the horizon, because the teacher would mention about the distance to the horizon, and we were pointing out that distance would vary throughout the year. Sometimes you could see those islands on the distance, sometimes you couldn't see the islands on the distance, meaning the horizon is moving depending on the weather. But for the teacher, no, it needs to be a set distance to the horizon, the geometrical horizon that nobody could see.
Yeah, 10 years later, the geometric horizon only exists in the maths. Okay? Well, if it only exists in the maths, that's the geometric physical sphere edge horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height off a flat Earth, so that you can utilize a parallel eye level. That's how the maths functions. As long as we're all looking for the curve, nobody will notice the flat Earth measurements being punched into the calculator.
Pretty clever, though, if you think about it.
Yeah. What you then need to make it all work is a bunch of conspiratards talking about everything but the Earth being flat. Talking about 9/11, talking about Mandela effect, talking about clone centers, talking about vaccines.
So you're saying assassinate their character right away as nut jobs.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
But introduce people into the subject that are very easily character assassinated. People who are into conspiracies are much easier to character assassinate. So why not funnel all of those people to the subject? So even if they do spout truth about it, it's really easy to ridicule them because they also believe there were no planes on 9/11. Nobody died and nobody got hurt. Well, if they believe that, obviously they're a nutter because they're not in line with the mainstream rhetoric. That doesn't matter if they are correct or aren't correct. It doesn't matter. Who cares? That's a contentious subject. Therefore, they're an idiot.
No, Nathan, what I get from fellow flat earthers is that you cannot run away from other things, so-called conspiracy theories, because all these things are connected. Telling something about just flat earth isn't going to float the boat. Therefore, you are going to have to connect all the dots in order to flat earth make sense to that person.
What dots? 9/11 truth dots?
All kinds of dots. The fact that there exist conspiracy theories, and if you want to bring it down to the topic of flat earth also, so the direct implication of the fact that everyone, including flat earthers and true earthers alike, surveyors, NASA, everyone measures Earth flat, but the direct implication of this would be that we are being lied to on a massive scale in our textbooks, in the media, by NASA, by every space agency. The direct implication of that is that we are being lied to on a massive scale. That would require some kind of conspiracy to exist because we are being lied to for
Yeah.
that.
Okay,
So
I mean,
how is that? That would not make flat Earth a conspiracy theory.
I'll agree with you on the one hand, right, which is to say, yes, we've been lied to, because NASA say that there's men in a sky vacuum, and their place that they're claiming to float around, literally around a spherical ball that's been created mathematically from flat Earth measurements like the ones on screen, altitude angles off a flat surface level that create a glorified protractor that you can call a globe, and then pretend you're floating around. Now, they have lied to us. NASA's astronauts are liars. One of the few people we can actually label as liars. But as for the rest of the nonsense that we get given, most of it only serves one purpose, to make us look silly. Now, if you're saying that the dots get connected up about the clone centres or the Mandela effect or Tartaria, I would fundamentally disagree and say no, even when it comes to things that might have an implication about how government lies, like 9/11 truth or vaccines, might just serves to fly in the face of whatever the mainstream rhetoric is. And in terms of its importance, it's far less important than the reality of the nature we actually experience and how government-funded agencies who are getting $52 million a day will lean into how Aristophanes' Sticks and Shadows proves we're on a ball, as I saw from a most recent NASA video. Like, someone was asking, how do we know Earth isn't flat, to a NASA representative, and his go-to was 1,000-year-old crap about sticks and shadows. You're like, really? Don't you get 52 million a day to be in a sky vacuum that you float around a ball that you're supposed to be taking pictures of? Yeah, but they won't lean into that, in spite of the massive amount of money they get and spend on a giant black hole that doesn't exist called a sky vacuum, where men allegedly float around, but we can debunk based on natural law. So from that perspective, yes, there are huge amounts of deception, but it doesn't directly connect any dots to some of the garbage nonsense waffle that flat earthers do talk about on a regular basis. That just serves to make us look stupid. Hey, Chocolate.
Morning, guys. What's going on?
Oh,
How y'all been?
we're talking about our conspiratard route into this subject, how there's a path that's been beaten for us to walk along that is the conspiratard's path to flat earth, so that when we get here and start spitting truth about flat earth, we're easily ridiculed for all the other nonsense that we've spewed before we talk about earth being measured flat as we are now.
Okay. Sounds interesting.
It's because I'm reminiscing about my journey through the subject personally. So my flat earth belief was based on my own experience up in planes. So when I heard Matt Powerland say Earth's flat in a non-derogatory way on a YouTube video after watching a psychopathy video, probably by Thomas Sheridan, the next thing I think, or what flashed before my eyes, is all those hours spent at the back of an aeroplane looking out the fire escape window because it had a nice wide angle that you could look through. And in my mind, I'm going, I wish I could get higher. I wish I could see curvature, because I was fully indoctrinated into the bull belief, but was aware, incorrectly so, that we shouldn't see a curve from 20,000, 30,000 feet when at cruising altitude. Level flight. So you go, oh, well, I wish I could go higher to see that curve. Well, you don't know what you don't know, in spite of the mainstream gurus of Globe Earth telling you, oh, well, of course you can't see curve from 20,000 feet. That stuff is flat. Now, that didn't come along till later, but that was the rhetoric I understood to be the case when I was up in the planes. So I was looking out the window going, I can't see any curve. I wish I could. That was the way I had phrased it. So you hear Math Powerland go, well, it's a flat Earth, and I can't remember even which video of maths it was I watched, but I do remember hearing him say those words, that's flat Earth, in a non-derogatory way, and going, holy crap! All those hours spent looking out over a massive flat plane. I've seen it with my own eyes. I know it's flat. And then going and waking my wife up and going, Paula, it's flat. And I'm going, what? Yeah, whatever. And then go back to sleep.
Yeah, but did you have a knowledge that it was flat or a
No, I
belief?
believed it was flat based on my own experience. Now I know it's flat. And I know that our opponents require it to be so when they suggest it's a ball. Their maths and measurements require Earth be flat. Like in this diagram on screen, they require surface level and eye level be parallel. Your height's going to be measured off surface level. Your eye level must be parallel with the surface level. That's how it all functions. So what we're measuring, when we're measuring the surface level, we're measuring the eye level. It is parallel. These are axioms that cannot be defied and are fundamental to Earth curve assertions. So to have a point below the surface level marked with S in this diagram, you measure surface level. If it's not level, then the maths fails. So your globe Earth maths fails unless you can measure surface level then. Yeah. What about eye level? Well, it's got to be parallel with it. You can't bend the surface level or eye level's no longer parallel. What about height? Well, that's 90 degrees to the surface level. It's like, well, so we've got prerequisites of a flat Earth that are utterly required, and the maths for your belief in a globe cannot function without them. When you know that Earth is only ever measured flat in all instances and all respects.
So can you say that throughout the journey of flat Earth debate, there's been some interesting people on here, and some people way ahead of their time, like maybe Slick James, who didn't have beliefs. It was either I could prove something or that's it, but I do not have any beliefs. I think he was ahead of his time.
I don't know, you have to quantify it by showing what you're not believing in. So whereas I can qualify how my belief in a flat Earth was based on my own observations from aeroplanes when I was a rep flying all over the world, to say I just don't hold any beliefs and then not qualify what basis you've got to state that Earth is flat means you've got a nonsensical assertion that just involves you decrying beliefs that you're not declaring. So I don't know if your Slick James Johnson's necessarily applied here.
Well, we don't say we believe Earth is flat anymore. We know it's flat, right?
But
We have a knowledge now.
But Slick
so
James
therefore, we don't hold the belief.
Yeah, but Slick James didn't have that extra bit on the end, did he? He didn't say, well, I don't hold any beliefs. I know Earth's flat because that's how it's measured. He didn't say that.
No, he didn't get there yet, but he was kind of ahead of us a little bit, if you think about it.
Maybe. Right, anybody else want to tell us about their trip to Flat Earth? Belief or otherwise, I'll try not to ridicule you too badly.
Okay. So
We're only getting
aliens and
half a word
shit.
out. It's not going to be much fun, Flat Earther, because we can hardly hear what you're saying. We're getting 10% of what you're saying.
Is he on Bluetooth?
I don't know. Whatever your mic is, it's a bit of a train wreck, Flat Earther. I just about managed to pick out the bits from the last time you spoke, but if you're going to regale us with a story of how you found your way to this subject, we're going to need better audio, I'm afraid. Maybe we'll come back to Flat Earther momentarily. Anybody else want to tell us about how they made their way to this subject?
Am I good now?
Yeah, that's better.
Am I good now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I would say my journey into Flat Earth was through aliens and shit. So I used to be an atheist. Used to read Richard Dawkins and think of myself as really smart because I had decoded the most vicious, vile thing in this world, which is religion and the concept of God. And I thought this is the key to reality and truth and everything. And I was a fan of Richard Dawkins, and this is like 10 years ago. But my interest was into history, and when I looked into ancient history, then I got to know about Mesopotamia and Sumeria and the stories of Enli, Enki, Anunnaki, who used to be alien travelers to Earth, and an alternative to the theory of evolution, which I had grown up believing that that is the true reality of our existence, that we came into existence through evolution, but in the form of Anunnaki and Enki and Enlil and all these ancient aliens theories. I got an alternative to the creation story, and within a matter of 1 year or 1.5 years, in 2017, Flat Earth knocked on my door, and as they say, the rest is history.
So would you agree when I summarize a path, one of which being yours, being a path of a conspiratorial type nature, that is to say, what your path of discovery prior to Flat Earth was contrary to mainstream belief? But just so you've got a contrast, I'm saying you weren't just some engineer working on a bit of building and then you find your way to Flat Earth after looking at how you functionally measure Earth as an engineer. For the sake of argument, you were looking at Anunnaki and then you come to Flat. You, as opposed to the engineer, are finding your way to this subject. Do you see the contrasting difference there?
Yes. And the coincidence is that I am an engineer. I'm BTech in computer science. I'm computer science engineer. But after that, I did my MBA in marketing, and I was doing a job of marketing and sales, pretty much like you. But I did not travel international, but I have traveled all over India. And during that phase, in my free time, I used to explore all these other subjects. But it was only after I quit my job with the intention of strictly getting to know the history of the world and the reality of God and everything about this world. I quit my job, took a part-time job of teaching, which I'm still doing 10 years down the line. But that is when I got to know the real history and more about the Bible, and that's how I reached Flat Earth. The Bible and belief in Jesus Christ was after Flat Earth, when I realized that we have been lied to on a massive scale. Like I was just telling you, that Flat Earth and evolution and Big Bang Theory and this whole worldview, this is what I was talking about, that all these dots are somewhat connected. And we used to talk about all these things like 4 or 5 years ago in QE's Ballbusters shows. There were episodes on Jesus Christ and evolution and so many other topics. So in a way, yes, these things are connected, which is the very reason we used to talk about these things. These are not irrelevant. And that's the whole point. Flat Earth, if you look at it this way, then fits the bill of a conspiracy theory, because we are being lied to on a massive scale by some conspirators. We may not name them.
I don't dispute that there are connections, Flat Earther, after the fact, where, yes, it might be an implication where if you realise you've been lied to on a massive scale about men in outer space moving around a sphere that's been derived from flat Earth measurements, that you won't put 2 and 2 together with regards to other lies. But if it works the other way round, where you're already flying in the face of mainstream narratives in a conspiratorial manner before you get to the subject of flat Earth, then you are easy target for ridicule from anybody who wants to decry your limited knowledge in the subject of flat Earth when you first arrive here, because your experience isn't necessarily in Earth and its measurements, like might be the case for the description of the, I was going to say engineer, but I'm going to change it to cartographer. Just something that's just a little bit more boring and directly related to Earth and its measurements, as opposed to somebody who's looking into a subject that's conspiratorial in nature. Even if you are that engineer, or even if you are that cartographer, if you're looking at ghosts and goblins or aliens or Mandela effect or clone centers or 9/11 truth or whatever, pick your poison. If you're finding your way into this subject via those means on that path, then that becomes you the person. Even if you are a pilot and understand implicitly how you're in level flight when flying over the surface level, measuring Earth flat the entire time, if you come in because you're of the nature that thinks that you've got, I don't know, the moon being struck and ringing like a bell, then you're going to sound like a bell end when you're talking about flat Earth. And that's what people will pick to ridicule.
You hit it right on the head. You hit the nail right on the head, because that's again a coincidence. I bought a book by the title of Someone Else Is There on the Moon, and I did read exactly that thing, that yes, there is a ringing sound in the moon, and on the dark side of the moon there are actually alien bases and everything. And I actually used to, you can say, believe all these things like 10 years ago.
That's no coincidence. I've been here 10 years. I know roughly from what you said already what kind of path you'd been on. So it was an educated guess that would be something that would relate, or would resonate, no pun intended, with you. So that's no coincidence. I'm just familiar with each and every path that people have taken, because I've asked so many people about their paths into the subject. And there was a familiar theme every single time I asked somebody, how did you find your way to flat Earth? All the people I asked always came from the same route, from a conspiratorial type nature. And you're like, this cannot be coincidence. The path to this subject has been paved for conspiracy theorists, as the CIA labelled us back in the 60s. So we, as conspiracy theorists, are easy targets, even if we find our way to the absolute truth of Earth measurements. We're always going to be easily ridiculed. Now, if just your average Joe professional engineer, who isn't in any way affiliated with anything conspiratorial, just happens to come along, well, then that person needs stamping out immediately like Brian Mullen was.
So that will explain the fake name. Please stop berating it.
Which fake name?
Flat Arthur. Of course, my real name is not Arthur.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I was ridiculing our opponents in that regard, because there's not that Flat Arthur sounds like your real name. Your first name's never going to be Flat, is it? No, you might have Arthur as your first name, but my point is that your average Joe on the globe side will lie about their name. And there's no reason to do so. It's like, if you're in line with the mainstream rhetoric that 99% of the world believe in, the only reason you'd need a fake name is because there's an element of doubt when you start spewing your rhetoric. And you don't want to be on the wrong side of that, if it's shown to be wrong.
So if
funny
you
about
consider
Arthur
this
there,
whole
Nathan. Sorry, mate.
Hold on, just one sec, one day. Go ahead, Arthur. We'll just round out with Arthur, and then we'll move over to you one sec.
Yeah, so yeah, that would be a good round out. So if you consider this whole black swan and how we came to Earth is measured flat, and that's still on my YouTube channel, that all roads lead to flat Earth, although you decided to change the name of your book and so much else has happened still. So that was my road to the real cognizance of this topic of flat Earth, right around the pandemic in 2020, when I got a lot of free time sitting at home and listening to your shows live, and started joining. And again, for the past 5 years, I have been a regular part of your shows and QE shows. Alas, what we are seeing in the past few weeks still. So that would round it out. I have been through thick and thin, and this is the reason why I still am a flat earther, and I say it with conviction, because I have this narrative which I get to hear on Flat Earth Debate and used to hear on Globebusters. I'm sorry, Ballbusters. How can I fuck it up? I'm done. Thank you, Nathan.
My pleasure. Go ahead, one deck.
I'm just saying, just a quickie. My road in was also the Anunnaki. I've been looking into that for some time, and it blew me away when I stumbled across this information of the Anunnaki coming to Earth, the gold and the sources that they need, and then changing the DNA of ape-like creatures into humans, and returning supposedly on the red planet Nibiru, and it got to me in such a way that it was really like it was really overpowered me, and I couldn't believe. And there was carvings on cave walls about this, and so it's obviously true. All this had happened. It just been concealed to us, and I couldn't believe that I've only just found this out. Was blown away. It blew me away. So I was having the conversation with someone about this one day, saying how much it was freaking me out a little bit, this information, and I couldn't, I found it extraordinary, interesting, and I just wanted to know more and more about it. And I was telling somebody, and they said, if you think that's bad, there's people who actually believe the Earth is flat. So I had a little chuckle to myself about when the person said that. And it was a telephone conversation. I put the phone down, and no word of a lie, after thinking about that, within about 5 or 10 minutes, this flat Earth had stayed in my mind. And I started thinking about probably things that I'd looked at previously. I always like looking at the sun, the moon, the stars, the constellations. And something just hit home with me. And I thought, the Earth is flat. There's no doubt about it. I didn't have any proof then. I was a flat Earth believer with nothing at all to go off. And that was also my road in. Now, that blew the Anunnaki story a little bit out of way as I got into the flat Earth with the outer space and the planets. But then just sort of getting into the flat Earth, I call it an arena or discussion or whatever you want to call it. I was still into this Anunnaki, but I then convinced myself that they didn't necessarily come from a red planet up in space. They'd come from outer lands and ponds further out than the ice wall, and they might still be there.
We're all laughing just for the audience's benefit. The reason we're laughing this up is because the tale of a road into flat Earth is paved with what we call the Feast of Nonsense rhetoric. So when we talk about ice walls and puddles, and this is stuff that's unprovable, but sort of seeded into the discussion so that we regurgitate it and then are easily ridiculed for it. So that's the reason why it gets a chuckle from us when we regale an audience with our paths into these subjects. We know what the Feast of Nonsense is now and can retrospectively laugh about it when we regale an audience with the story that brought us to where we are now, right?
Yep. I can't believe that. So the last two guys, Flat Earther and One Deck, just proved our point.
I didn't need them to. I knew that was going to be the case. I did 100 interviews with people. And the very first question, I said this at the beginning of the show, that I asked on Flat Earth UK was, how did you find out Earth is flat? Then I'd find out when they found that out. And like at the beginning of the show when we were talking to Jardo about his foray into it, a lot earlier than all of us, I might add, you go, well, what was it that gets you into the subject? And 99 times out of 100, it's a route in through conspiratorial means, leaving us as easy targets to be ridiculed, so that we can be character assassinated.
Yep. Who's next?
Yep. And I have to add to One Deck's point that in 23rd September 2017, I was actually out there looking into the sky for the 10th planet, because that would be a sign for the end of the world. And by November of 2017, I was a flat earther. So that's how from 2017, it's been a long time, 8 years almost, more than 8 years. So yeah, really looking into the sky with all your conviction that whatever I have researched about aliens and Anunnaki and the planet X and Nibiru is going to come true on this date, and it is going to be a revelation to everyone. And from there to the realization that no, the Earth is flat, nothing is coming from outer space. Although after that, I was quick to come to Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser to realize not to talk about ice wall and the azimuthal equidistant map and everything. So my path has been really smooth since 2022 for the past 3 or 4 years. But before that, yes, I also delved deep into Mandela effect and whatnot, everything that Nathan talks about, pretty much everything.
Anybody else? Got probably time for one more story if anybody wants to go. Fill us in on where they came from, the path they took to get here. Don't be shy.
Yeah, don't be shy.
Mine
Step up
was,
to the mic.
Go ahead, Faxi.
Yeah, I like the first time I even heard of flat Earth was when was it? It was like early 2015. I didn't even start looking into it till like early 2018. I had to avoid it because I thought it was retarded. Um, our first daughter was due to be born in 2016, so I had to talk with my wife about certain things, and she had to do a lot of like her own research into like what I was talking about. I'm being vague on purpose, of course, but like it didn't matter like what subject I was looking into. Flat Earth would always be the next follow up video, and I ignored it. And I'm like, this is like I didn't understand what it meant. Like, what does flat Earth even mean? Like, it didn't make any sense. And then just one day, doing dishes or something, I was doing something in the house, and I had autoplay on my speaker. And then Eric Dubay started his 200 proof books video popped up next after what I was listening to, and then my hands are wet. I couldn't change it, so I had to listen to it for like 20 minutes, and then it kind of started. I'm like, oh, they're saying space is fake. Is essentially what I got from it. Because the biggest thing I latched onto was why satellites don't melt in the thermosphere. It's silly. It's silly thinking about it now, but like that was a big thing. I'm like, wait a second, nickel and all these metals that satellites are claimed to be made out of, and like the temperature that they're supposedly in is like 4,000 degrees. How come they aren't melting? And then I started looking into it more from there. When
Okay.
really all I was looking for was well, I mean that proved to me space was fake, but the real answer is the second law of thermodynamics on why space is fake. Well, the vacuum of space is fake
Yeah,
because
well,
of that. But I
that's
mean
the
that
path
didn't
of
come till like 2 years later.
it's the feast of nonsense path that allows you to still assume an outer space sky vacuum, but have a description of something that takes place in, by equivalence, Narnia, not be real. So Narnia still exists, but there isn't a talking lion because lions can't talk. It seems so obvious. But you're still talking within a context of an area of volume that gas isn't filling, in a motion that's orbital, that's derived, now we know, from flat Earth measurements. So your orbital motion only exists in maths and bastardizes the original flat Earth measurements that are used to create the orbital motion. So you can't have orbital motion, but we're discussing whether or not the tin will melt in that area that isn't real. Same with, for a more easily digestible example for the audience's benefit, when you hear a flat earther saying rockets won't work in a vacuum, like, what vacuum? Yeah? So there isn't a talking lion in Narnia. There is no Narnia. There is no outer space. But suggesting that there's a dysfunction in this area that doesn't exist leaves the possibility of it being real able to be argued about by both sides. So you say rockets don't work in a vacuum. Let me show you a rocket working in a vacuum. So we're all under the misapprehension that there is an outer space sky vacuum above our head. It's just whether or not rockets work in it or not, or whether or not tin will melt. You're like, but the place isn't real. So it's set up in a way that allows you to assume that these areas are in existence while you argue about how they'd function. Space in this instance.
Yeah, because my first stumble block about the whole like satellites not melting was some Glober told me, well, they got radiators inside them filled with ammonia, and that keeps them cool. I'm like, crap. Okay, never mind. And then I stepped away for a couple more weeks, but it was still like it still tickled that conspiracy bone that I already naturally had. So I started looking into it more, and I don't know, like I would talk to my friends about it, and they would just laugh at me and stuff, and rightfully so. But
yeah, Chocolate. What did you say?
I was just gonna say, not to mention every time those things fall out of the sky, they're attached to a balloon. Who knows why?
Yeah, because there's no sky vacuum. I mean, there might be tin cans floating around on balloons, but as for the notion of them floating around in an orbital motion that's only existent in maths that's derived from flat plane measurements, is an absurd notion. But if we can beg the question that there is actually a sky vacuum, it's just that these items don't function, someone could come along and say, no, they got radiators. All right. Okay. So there's still a sky vacuum, and you've overcome my objection to the tin can in the sky vacuum. Go ahead.
They got radiators. That's great.
Yeah. No, rockets do work.
Look at all the mods.
Good. One day.
Look at all the mods. They had to do to the Hasselblad camera to take all them pictures. I mean, you've got to take that into account and argue about that for days on end, haven't you?
So
That's another example, isn't it? They argue about the camera.
Exactly. So we argue about whether or not the Hasselblad camera works on the moon and whether or not the film would disintegrate in those conditions. And if they can demonstrate that the camera would work in those conditions, then we prove that there's an outer space sky vacuum that the gas we're breathing isn't filling. An availability of volume that, in line with natural law, second law of thermodynamics, would have the gas we're breathing dispersing into the sky vacuum. But let's just assume that there is one, in violation of natural law, and argue about the camera or the flag waving. It's like, no, in order to traverse a sky vacuum, we must first traverse it via a orbital motion that's been created with flat Earth measurements into an area that violates natural law. At which point, there's no argument to have. There is no sky vacuum above your head in violation of natural law. And what is above your head? Well, that would be an elevation with respect to sea level. So we've got a flat Earth measurement to create a flat Earth notion of an orbital motion that violates the flat measurements in maths only, that people are in? No, you can't exist in a maths that violates its own measurements. There is no outer space sky vacuum. All the measurements come from a flat plane, sea level, for altitude. Ergo, why are we arguing about whether or not a camera will work in a place that isn't real? Well, because it's conducive with the argument seeming to be a real thing. Like, there's a reason to argue about whether cameras work in a place that isn't real. Do cameras work in Narnia? Well, if we both accept that Narnia is real, I can show you that cameras definitely would work there. Narnia's out of space, by the way. Right.
Well,
Yeah,
I
that's
think it was
exactly it.
Go on,
I mean,
Maxie.
once the dude said there's radiators on the satellites, it took that away from me. I'm like, oh shit, they have an answer for that. But I never thought about. I didn't know what the second law of thermodynamics was at that point in my life. Like there was no way to combat that. But then once you realize that, like Nathan just said, that area violates natural law, then that's a whole different, it's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah. Scott Henderson and Robert J. Williams, they subjected some film, the ectochromac film that they supposedly took to the moon, to a vacuum chamber of 10 to the minus 3 torr for 3 hours. Now, I was hoping for 72 hours, but 3 hours was enough. Sorry, 4 hours. 4 hours was enough to prove that the film could never work in a vacuum of that higher level if they went to space. Okay, not to mention, of course, the cosmic ray particles and the radiation, temperature fluctuation, but just the fact that the no air destroyed the film. You wouldn't be able to take pristine pictures at all because the emulsion that is adhered to the mylar starts to melt, of course, and then flow into each other. That's what happened in just 4 hours, 10 to the minus 3 torr.
But by investigating it, what you're saying is, all you've debunked in that statement, Jin, is the notion that there was a camera that wouldn't work in the sky vacuum. Now, my rhetoric, taken directly from Quantum Eraser, is that the area itself that you'd have to travel through to get to the moon is a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics. If the sky was a vacuum, then the gas we are breathing at high pressure would fill that space. We'd have no gas to breathe. It would have never developed gas pressure because the very first particle of gas that came out of the ground would dissipate into that area of volume, 10 to the minus 17 torr, to never return. Ergo, there is no sky vacuum, and therefore no need to argue about whether or not cameras will or will not work in an area akin to Narnia. There is no Narnia, therefore there's no need of arguing whether or not there's a lion talking there. Narnia itself is not real. But with that, I'll say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
I don't even know how you got introduced, Eli. When did you come to Flat Earth?
Yeah, yeah. Well, of course, I agree 100% with what Nathan has said and is saying. But who just are curious, of course. I mean, obviously, we know they didn't go, but let's build, a case, and part of that is showing that it's not possible to take film there because the place doesn't exist. But we can create what is called a vacuum, smaller levels, and look at what happens to the film at lower tall levels. I mean, it goes a long way to shutting them up completely.
Jin, how did
When you
you
tell
come
them
to
that it
Flat
doesn't
Earth?
exist and then you show them. Yeah, good. Go ahead.
Jin, how did you come to Flat Earth? I never heard your story.
Oh, Neil, yeah, thanks for the question. Well, basically, it was through the moon landing hoax because I've been looking into the moon landing hoax right up from 2001 to 2014, first and foremost. That's when I started to notice these flat earth videos being recommended, okay? And I thought it was ridiculous, stupid, the earth's flat, the earth's a globe, who's putting this stuff up? So I ignored it throughout 2014. And it wasn't until 2015, Boxing Day, I'd run out of moon landing hoax material. So I decided to click on one of these videos. And as I'm clicking, I'm thinking, what could I possibly learn from these bloody idiots? But let's have a look. What could they teach me? How ridiculous am I being here? Laughing as I'm clicking. And then 5 to 10 minutes in, I began to feel that, yes, I was wrong in my assessment of the globe. It's not a globe, I was in error. I just felt inadequate because I'd been doing all this research with the moon landing hoax and realized that I hadn't processed it properly. Because if they hadn't gone to the moon, they couldn't have taken pictures of the blue marble, the 1972 shot from the Apollo 17. So I said to myself, bloody hell, I suck at research. So I felt very inadequate, and that's how I got into the flat Earth. I then did 8 hours of binge watching of flat Earth material. And then on my whiteboard, because it was Boxing Day, remember, I wrote on my board, January 6th, 2016, Happy New Year, everybody, welcome back. Now, what is the shape of the Earth and how do you know? That was preparation for the new year. And then I went straight upstairs and told the family. And that's how I got into it, through the moon landing hoax. I'd done all the other conspiracies, though, during the research of moon landing hoax, 9/11s, Kennedy, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Robert F. Kennedy, and all the other conspiracies, that's how I got into the flat Earth. I ignored it for 1 year throughout 2014 because I thought it was ridiculous. Only to be smacked in the jaw and realize that I suck at research and I'd missed all the clues, eyes wide shut, traveling, jumping out of planes. You understand, right? And going by ship to Africa and back several times, ferry to France, ferry to Holland. Just missed all those leveled clues. Jumping out of parachutes, have sailing, mountain bike, trekking.
Wait. You jumped out of planes?
Yeah.
So
Yes,
you
when
were
I was in the
seeing
army.
the flat Earth from a distance. You were seeing it, and you weren't putting it together, huh? Even though you were jumping out of
That's
planes
right.
and everything was flat.
Yeah. And I felt completely embarrassed. That's what I mean. When I looked back, you have that epiphany in where your whole life flashes back. And my brain was trying to find curvature and it didn't find it. I just went, it's flat. Because all my history just came flooding back due to my embarrassment, because I'm thinking it is flat, but hang on a minute. And then my brain just did a rewind, as you do. And no chance of actually finding curvature. That's when I realized I was wrong. And it's an embarrassing wrong as well. That's how I got into it, basically. That would be 2015 Boxing Day in this very room. Yeah. Yeah, I'd been doing the moon landing stuff, and that's why I was talking about, the tests that they're done, proving that the Mylar film could never have worked in a vacuum. It's good to actually do the tests, even though we can shut them down with Narnia, as Nathan says, and that's correct. That it doesn't exist, and it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. That's a complete shutdown. But it's also good to show some practical visuals, and it's like a sample. Yeah. So you show them what happens to film in a vacuum chamber, which is far less than if you went to the moon. And if it's happening at 4 hours,
there's the problem.
It's destroyed. You can't use it.
There's the problem.
How could you go to it? You can't go there, can you?
If you went to the moon, it wouldn't work. Leaves the impression that, well, we can still go to the moon, but the camera won't work. Do you see what I mean? It's rigged.
No. Well, I see what you're coming out with there. I do get your chain of thought, but like I've said, once you've told them that it's a second law of thermodynamics, and you build on top of that, that's my approach. You tell them, of course, it doesn't exist. You can't go there, right? Now, if they're still being reluctant, then you show them. Okay, that's all. And don't tell me that I'm wrong in my methodology, because that's
You're
what
wrong
I don't
in your
methodology.
methodology.
Okay. Thank you. That's what you don't want to be doing to me, I'll tell you. Okay? I understand what you said. I understand the English language to a certain degree, and I understood what you said. And I tell people that it's a second law of thermodynamics, but I like to build it. I like to hammer them into the ground. Okay? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jin, you still got a soft spot for the moon, Jin, huh?
No, I've got no soft spot for the moon except for the fact that I like it. I like the way it looks in the sky. That's it. We can never go there. Never go there. We can never go there.
Too much offense to
and
you,
I'm the
Jin.
loudest voice for that. We can never go there. I make sure they understand they fully can't, and then I bury them with other people's hard work. You know, people have gone out there and done hard work. Let's give them a little bit of credit for the experiments, because it is interesting to see what happens to film in a vacuum. Okay?
I
Come on, man.
fundamentally disagree, but I don't want to tick you off too much because it will just hijack the entire conversation. But no, at a base level...
Yeah, go ahead anyway.
Well, okay, I will then. So, because it's easy, right? You've cognitively gone through that process so many times that it becomes second nature and easy to do. In spite of me saying, well, no, it leaves the door open for your person that you're trying to convince that there's no sky vacuum, there is no moon landing, it was all a lie. Because if we were in a sky vacuum, do you see how it starts with, if we were in a sky vacuum, to make your point? Well, that leaves that door wide open for them to still believe in it. Now, you may not like that.
I always say, if you could go there, which is an impossibility.
There you go.
This is what would happen. Yeah, okay, yeah, but the point is, it's already been made clear that they cannot go, right? And then if you show them what happens to the material that they're saying they could use in there, in a lesser vacuum, and you can see it's being destroyed, then they're going to say, okay, well, then you can't go. They did not go. You cannot go. And there you go. All right.
At the end of that,
it's a preponderance of evidence, as you would say.
At the end of that process, they say they definitely can't get cameras to work there in that sky vacuum that I'm thinking about how the sky vacuum would or wouldn't work. That's my point.
We can't go there at all. My point is we can't go there at all. Everybody knows that. Especially those who are listening.
But if we could,
the ones that think they can't go there.
Just hold on, Jin.
Hang on. The ones that think they can go there.
The camera wouldn't work there. Your argument is, but if we could go there, the camera wouldn't work.
My argument, that's not my...
It is, whether you like it or not.
Not go there. And this is why. Look what happens in a vacuum chamber of less value than the moon that's supposedly has.
So therefore,
and look at your film.
So there you go. So you're ascribing the moon being in a vacuum for them. So cognitively, you're making it more difficult to detach from it. You're not going to like this, Jin. I can already tell.
Not really. No. Not making it more difficult.
Absolutely.
It's slam dunking and compounding their situation. Okay, that's what it is. If you look at it any other way,
Jin.
Then it's semantics.
I can hear you getting irritated because we're talking over each other, but I fundamentally disagree. Sorry.
Yeah, well, never mind. I fundamentally disagree that as well, because as far as I'm concerned, I'm hammering them into the ground. In a court of law, they would lose their case. Okay? It's as simple as that. They're going to lose. I'm not into this, we're giving them a door to the moon. There's no door there. And what I'm doing is the door is closed, and then I'm showing them what happens, giving them a sample. All right, because we can create a little vacuum here, and that little vacuum we've created here on Earth, let's put the film in it. Look, see it getting damaged? Okay, right? Take a picture. Now take a picture with that damaged film. How did the pictures come out? Shit, okay. So how did NASA, if they had gone, supposedly, how did they get perfect pictures?
I got your argument.
It's about proving your case.
I got
Come on, man.
But just as a comparison, right? if you accept that there is no Narnia, and I say, yeah, but if I create a scenario where we've got several seasons in one area all at once, we can show that there wouldn't be a talking lion. Do you understand that by giving them the idea that there's an area with all the different seasons working at once, that just cements that notion in their brain at that time?
Some people find it hard in accepting, so you show them the film being destroyed. That's all. And then they got to think, yeah, how did NASA do that then? Because then you show them this, and they're going to be thinking, yeah, why did NASA lie, or how could they have gone then? You understand? Right? Some people take a little bit more to actually realize. You might tell them the second law of thermodynamics, and that's it. But if you actually show them physical information, physical damage at a lower value, that's going to definitely destroy them. It's going to break them into a gazillion pieces. And that's what I do. Never going to change, my friend. Never going to change. I'm always going to do that.
I got to agree with Nathan here.
Sorry? You can go with. I couldn't care less who you agree with.
Well, I'll give you a reason why. Okay, that's fine. Listen, I understand. And you made a good point, too, when you said you came to the realization of flat Earth and it was one of the most humbling experiences of your life. That is true. What Nathan's talking about here is, and I'll quote the words of the great Nathan Oakley, who said this about a year ago, we don't deal in the hypothetical. We don't deal with things that may or may not exist. We don't deal with the if. If you cater to people's vain imaginations, you've invited yourself into their world. That's where they live.
No. Not really,
yes,
no,
that's where they live.
I am shutting down their word by showing them what happens to film at a lesser value. They're seeing their dream being destroyed, not just verbally, practically. Don't tell me I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Get out of here.
They still live in their imaginations, though. And you've come.
No, they won't.
Yes, they do. The masses live in the imagination of this outer space.
Not when they've seen physical evidence, demonstration, practical. Now, if they're going to live in their dream, good luck to them. But they've seen it. You tell them verbally, you show them practically, they have to shut up. That's it. Don't tell me I'm wrong. You can't. You can't even tell me I'm wrong because I'm not going to stop anyway.
No, I know you're not going to stop, and I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm saying that Nathan is right here. And most flat earthers at this point, after 10 years or 8 years or 12 years or how long, understand that as soon as you open that door to vain imaginations, they got you. You're there in their world. What Nathan has done is brought this down to, and because it's a biblical truth, it is a truth. You don't have to go anywhere else. You don't have to go anywhere else. Just stay with what is true.
Hello? I think you've debunked a photograph taken on the moon. That's what you've done. You haven't debunked space, and therefore people still believe you can go to the moon, even if they didn't.
There you go.
No, they definitely can't go to the moon because the English language states that the second law of thermodynamics can never be violated in that sense. And if they don't understand that, they're dumb. All right. And then you show them the practical destruction of their dream through the film here on Earth. Less values and that. That's there with their cogdiz. That's all that is. I've shut the door completely and buried them with the truth. That's what I've done.
Yeah,
like the Hulk, pick up the rock, smash people down. There you go. Quite simple, really. I love doing that. And then you see them, they're thinking, yeah, that's right. It's impossible. Okay. And people have taken their time to prove that. Okay. And we like to give those people credit. I'm really fascinated by what a vacuum can do. I don't want to just hear about the vacuum. I'd like to see what happens. I've been well educated on the vacuum, and I like to bring that education to people who are unaware, especially those who think they can go there. Show them, tell them, and show them what happens. That shuts them up. Okay, I'm going to be doing that for a very, very long time, as long as I live. That's what I'm going to be doing. Anybody want to squabble over this or that? It's just going to get my raft. That is all you're going to get. Because my method is I'm shutting them down completely.
My point is my point is this. You're dealing with something that doesn't even exist.
Right.
Doesn't even exist.
I know
well, then why give it any merit? Why give it any validity or credibility? That's the point. It doesn't exist. There's enough on this static breadth realm to keep people, interested or inquisitive. Why go to a place that doesn't exist?
It doesn't exist, and you can't go there. And that's what I tell them, and I show them as well. That's what I don't just tell them. I show them. And that's my methodology. That's it. That's the way it's always going to be. No one on this earth is going to change my position. Okay?
All right. I understand.
Thank you.
Listen, I wish you well. I wish you well.
You don't need to wish me well. At 63 years of age,
that's my job.
My heartbeat is at what? 52 beats per minute. I am very well indeed, very healthy at 63 years of age, okay? Regular exercise, clean food, clean water, good rest, lots of boundless energy. I'm very well, thank you very much. I operate under my standards. I apply my standards every time. It's always going to be like that. No one, I take what I learn from people and then apply it my way. It's how it's always going to be. Thank you. And I always give credit to all those who I learn from. Always. I know my place on this earth. I've established myself very well. Brought up 4 boys, solid boys, growing up now. Fantastic. 1 or 2 of them are following in my footsteps. They're all flat earthers. So I've been doing other things outside of this flat earth. Very busy man indeed. I've rescued 4 women from breast cancer, or rather having their breasts removed, and directed them, stopped people from smoking. I've given 12 and a half years of my life to the youth of London for 12 and a half years as a fitness instructor, diet and nutrition and photographer, printing and developing photographs. At 63. I've just given you a little drop. So I'm very well, thank you very much. And I will always be operating under my standards.
Fair enough. But
I'm a product of everybody that I've come into contact with that's outside of this Discord and part of this Discord. And I always give thanks and acknowledge that. That's the way I roll. But I'm always going to roll my way. Anyone tries to tell me, but you do that, we'll just keep kicking and a slap around the face. Because it's always going to be my way. Always. So don't be going down the road. I'm not ignorant. That's not a place we can go to.
I got it. Right. It's always going to be your way. I got it.
Yeah,
I got it. I think everybody got it. It's always going to be your way.
Right.
Everybody got it.
I don't ever hear that again. Oh, yeah, Jim, but you're leaving the door open, Jim. You're leaving the door to this door for that. That's not what I'm doing. Okay.
No, that's why I said I wish you well. Here's another profundity from Nathan Oakley, is that every individual on this realm that we live in is going to do it their own way. For the most part, very few will do it a divine way or a different way, a spiritual way. Most people will do it their own way. They're going to do it. So that's why I said I wish you well. I wish you well. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. I do feel I'm doing it in a spiritual way because I was once indoctrinated. So that's always at the forefront. So when I actually do my research, right, and I glean all this information, I spoon feed it to the individual who think they're on a globe or they think you can go to space. I said, look at the work these people have done. Because it's impossible to go there. You explain every step as to how it's possible we cannot go there. They're still insisting, this is some of the damage that would happen. That's it. It's just not possible. Okay, now you want to believe that? That's up to you. But don't say nobody didn't tell you. That's what I always leave them with, that one. Don't say you wasn't told. Now, good luck.
Hey, Jim,
it's not
let
possible.
me ask you a question. Jim, hold on. Relax a second.
Yeah.
Want to take us to what you did with the school kids that time when you told them to draw the beach or something? How did that go?
Yeah. Thanks, Neil. Yeah,
Tell
that's
us that
another good
story.
question. Yeah. Basically, when I found out about the flat earth myself, okay, I was thinking about, because of my great miss and not picking up the clues, I was wondering whether or not the kids would know whether or not the earth is flat, if they get it in their head. Because I loaded up the information, but I didn't join the dots. So I did a test. I'd gone to Hawaii. I bought 20 pens as a souvenir for the kids in the classroom, winners of this picture contest that I was doing. So I did a picture contest, and I said, okay, everybody, let's have a picture contest. You're going to draw a picture of the seaside, you know? In Japanese, we say umi, you know, the sea, yeah? Okay, the seaside, and we're going to be drawing the pictures of the people swimming in the sea, seagulls in the sky, sun, yachts, people sunbathing, anything. Get that picture up, okay? Right. So they were drawing their pictures, and Jin's on the whiteboard, right? Oh, sorry, and in this case, it was a green board, right? And I'm drawing my picture, and I drew a perfectly curved horizon, and then, you know, the yachts there, the people are swimming, seagulls. Okay, nice, right? And then whilst I was drawing, there was a little bit of sniggling and giggling going on behind me, okay? Right? And then when everybody had finished, some of the kids couldn't contain themselves, and they said, Jin Sensei, sorry what you go, yo. What they're saying is, Jin, you're wrong, you know. You're wrong because the horizon is level. And I said, are you sure? Because look at the globe on the teacher's desk. And everybody just shut up. As soon as I said, look at the globe on the teacher's desk, because the teacher was laughing as well, everybody went silent. Now, they went silent for about a minute, okay? And that's 60 seconds in a classroom, that quiet. I then began to rub out my picture. I said, you know what, everybody, you're right. Jin Sensei is wrong because the horizon is level, definitely. And I rubbed my picture out right in front of them, right? And thus I proved that the children carry a leveled horizon in their brains. They know that it's level. They've never seen a curved horizon.
There you go. Now I can get on board, right?
Wrong.
Hold on, Jin. There's something I can get on board with. So you're saying there's an innate understanding that everybody has, that each and every one of us, and when I've interviewed people about this subject, all have the same description in their mind when they come across the subject of flat Earth. That's to say, there's a base level understanding that they just know it's flat. In other words, they didn't necessarily need proof beyond what they'd already experienced. They knew it was flat the moment it came to them in the way that it did.
Yeah.
So because of it being the way it's obviously observed to begin with, you don't have to know anything beyond what you've experienced to know it's flat.
Yeah, that's right. The only thing is they've been educated that they're on a globe, you see.
Yeah.
So that's the disconnect right there. But they carry the knowledge of their experience. Remember, these are elementary school kids and junior high and high school kids, okay? That level. All of that group all knew the Earth was level because they all drew a leveled horizon.
Right.
Okay? And then when you point to the globe, the same reaction. They go dead quiet. It stops them in their track because they were laughing at me. Okay? Every class I did laughed at my curved horizon because it was funny, wasn't it? You know? They don't expect to see a teacher draw a curved horizon when everybody else is drawing a leveled horizon. Didn't say it's curved. They all wrong. That was amazing. That was amazing.
Hi, Jen.
Yeah.
There was actually studies carried out similar to what you've just explained. I can't remember it might have been the Turkish studies or something like that, and they did exactly the same with children, starting at a certain age up to a certain age, doing similar things, drawing the mummy and daddy outside the house. But when they found when the younger he was drawing the horizontal sea level and ground with mummy and daddy holding hands outside the house. And then they got to a certain age, and then they started introducing like ships and planets and things like that. Obviously, when the indoctrination had well and truly had been, implanted.
Indoctrinated.
But yeah, there was studies done on this. I did post a document a while ago. It's quite a long document, but
I remember you bringing it up, and I'm aware of the study as well, and it's very interesting, that psychological evaluation. You know, I've seen that. You know, it's quite interesting.
Very. At a base level, we all instinctually know Earth's flat. So it doesn't come as a shock and is easy to establish a belief in Earth being flat. But it's taken me personally 10 years to reach the point where I can say, no, I now know for sure and without a doubt Earth is flat based on how we measure Earth without exception. There's no multiple choice when it comes to measuring Earth. It just is measured flat.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it. There's no doubt about it. No confusion. As sure as I need air to breathe. See, and that tells you that, you know, the power of the knowledge one carries. It's already evident in your own brain, your own experience is everything is level. You don't live on a ball Earth. It's not in the brain. It's not there. It's just these silly little globes and a few words from the teacher that you carry. But your actual physical experience, it's not on a globe. And everybody knows that. It's just that, oh, well, everybody's experiencing it. They're not knowing it because they've been indoctrinated. So they're not tapping into that properly. It's only when they start to question.
Yeah.
And then, you know, that silence was very noisy, that silence, 1 minute or so. You know, people were just like thinking it over, hands on their chin. One was scratching their head, people with their heads down as they're thinking. They're looking at the globe, you know, and a minute is a long time of silence in a classroom. That was noisy for all the time, yeah? So, yeah.
You ever think about
Then
making that a video,
mine out.
Jim? That would be a good video.
Sorry?
You ever think about making that a video? Just reenacting it and making a video on it? Putting it out as like a short?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good idea, yeah, yeah. I also looked on the internet as well, yeah, at children's images of the seaside, and you see that it's all level, all horizon. I actually did a little research into children's images, paintings and that, and it's all level, all of them. You know, and that's, you know, then I thought, okay, let me go and do this at the school. Go ahead.
It's funny, Jim. Sometimes when I'm having a little banter with the Globers, when I'm having a bit of banter with them, I'll ask them to, draw me a picture of sea level, and none of them ever do.
There you go. Yeah, of course not. But say,
back to your other point, though. Like,
yeah.
Hold on,
Jim. Just back to your other point and what Nathan was saying. It's embedded in you, and you instinctively just know that the Earth's flat. I don't think you was here when I told my story about leading into flat Earth and the Anunnaki and blah, 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 blah. But I had a phone call with somebody, and they said, well, you wouldn't believe people think the Earth is flat. And that is what happened to me almost instinctively. I thought, well, yeah, it is flat. And the penny just dropped instantly, because everything I've ever been involved with, or how I've lived my life and dealt with this place, has been on a flat Earth, and like everybody. But that's what happened. I've always known it. Everybody's always known it. But the penny just needs to drop downwards.
Yeah, I can't say I've always known it. I cannot say that. I've experienced it without knowing. That's my perfect position there. Is that I've experienced the flat Earth without knowing or realizing it. Yeah, but it only took 5 minutes for me to know that I was in error. Because, like I said, the brain does its magic where it can rewind your life, because you're instantly searching now. As soon as you hear the word COVID, so your brain just rewinds, and there was nothing there. And when I say rewind, now I'm looking at my experience in nature, of course, and that's military training, camping, traveling around the world, walking in forests in Africa, okay? And nothing came up as curvature. And then the word flat just came to my head. It's flat. Crap. You know, I said poo-poo, crap, it's flat. Wow, I've been in error. What have I been doing all my life? That's what I asked myself instantly. What have I been doing? I've been walking around blind, eyes wide shut. What the hell? Wow. And then I said to myself, I suck at research, because I'm looking at all those 14 years of research, and I still didn't clock it after 14 years. What a fool. You see?
That's why I get frustrated when people tell me on a globe, this is what you'll see. I'm like, you have never been on a globe. All your observations and experience have been on a flat Earth. So don't tell me what something would look like on a globe.
Yeah, I've got your back on that one as well, Neil. Absolutely correct. And then people say everybody knows it's a globe. I said, no, they don't know it's a globe, because they haven't gone out to investigate it. Right? They don't even know the model. So they believe it's a globe, yes. They know it's a globe? No, nobody knows. It's not a globe. So nobody knows it's a globe. The Earth is not a globe. Nobody knows that. Nobody. Yeah, I'm like you, Neil. I get
On the
very
other side,
annoyed.
on the other side of that, Neil, they do tell you, because they'll how it looks like on a globe, because they'll tell you it's too biggy, too flatty, and then they'll give you refraction to make it too biggy, too flatty. So their globe does look flat to them too.
Yeah, so the Earth is flat then. Thank you. If you're saying it looks
Very
flat,
good,
it's so
Jen.
big it looks like it's a flat Earth. Silly asses. Yeah, they talk themselves into trouble all the time because it's hard. It's hard to make something that doesn't exist to exist. Very difficult to bring that. They can't do it. So they're going to have to lie to keep it alive, and that's where we shoot it down. When you build upon a false premise, as they say in the court of law, whatever you build upon a false premise, it all has to be seen as null and void. Everything. You haven't established that the Earth is a globe. So whatever you build is of no use.
Jen, you said they don't even know their own model, right? With that model word. I ain't going to debate about that. But what they're saying now is, I heard a few ballers saying this, and I'm like shaking my head because I was just listening to them. And they were saying, yeah, maybe we got it wrong. It could be a lot bigger. You know, when they're talking about measurements, it could be a lot bigger than what we think it is. So they don't even understand what implications that causes.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Stupid, isn't it? All the math.
Best you debunked the radius, right? You said that. Who came out with that cracker? Best you debunked the radius.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Go. Yeah. They're desperate. They're desperate, man.
Let me ask Jen a question real quick.
Everything. No, but see, everything relies on that 3959. They can't make it bigger or smaller.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
It goes down like a...
Hold on, Jin. Go ahead, fisherman in a box.
Sorry, someone had a question for me, yeah? Sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to see. You said you were giving this presentation with the curved sea level to the children. I'm assuming this was in a school system. Was that correct?
That was correct. Yes, it was in a school system. I was a guest English teacher. Okay, that's what because I'm in Japan here and I'm teaching English in a Japanese school. Okay, so elementary school, junior high school. Yeah,
in Japan.
In Japan, yeah. I'm currently talking to in Japan right now.
Okay, very good. How was it received by the administrators, the teachers, the people who hired you or booked you? How was it received by them? Since it obviously went in mass contradiction to what the consensus, the worldview of the Earth being a ball is. How was it received by the authorities, those away from the children? How was that? How was your presentation received by those people?
Okay, a great question. What happened was this. We had the education board come to watch my lessons. That's what they came to do. And they lined up at the back of the classroom watching my lesson. And I carried on as normal. Okay. During the interview, because sometimes you have an appraisal. So during one of the appraisals, I said to them that, are you enjoying my lesson? Because I asked them and they said, yes. I said, have you noticed how the children are singing louder now? Yes. Okay. I said, what I'm trying to do, you gave me a curriculum, but the curriculum you've given me for the children who are Japanese to learn English, it's difficult for English children to do. English children couldn't achieve this level. So it's too ambitious. I've had to bring it down. Okay. Spoon feed them. And what I want them to learn is to speak about what they know. That is their favorite colors, music, places they would like to go, what they want to be when they grow up. That kind of thing. They need to speak about what they want because they're growing up, not reciting things that are just not going to be of any use in their lives. That's what I said. And they were very, very respectful about what I said, you know. But every lesson I gave for about 2 weeks, we had different members of the education board lining up to come and watch the way I conducted the lesson. Okay? Because most people don't, well, no one is doing what I'm doing. I said, I want to give you the experience that I had in England when I was growing up. This is the standard. You've asked me to bring English. I cannot do Japanese English. That's what I told them. I can't do that. I'm not Japanese and it's not English. So if you want me to teach English, this is how we're going to do it the English way. And that's what I did. Okay.
So you got no. Okay, thank you, and thank you for sharing that. But you got no pushback at all. Nobody pulled you aside and said, "This isn't what we teach here. This is craziness. This is the same old flat Earth enigma that goes along with that kind of labeling." You got zero pushback.
I got zero. What I got was this. One of the teachers, because I ejected one or two kids who were disturbance in the class, and when you have children who are disturbing the class, everyone gets distracted, and I can't deliver the product, the English lesson. So I ejected a few kids out of the class. Here in Japan, in England, what happens is that when children are troublesome, we notify the parents, and if it persists, we visit the parents. We go to the house. Maybe there's trouble drug using or something in the house. Something's gone wrong because the children are behaving antisocial in a place where we all have to be social. And the classroom is set up conducive for everyone to be social and enjoy together. Now, if children can't get into that, then there's something wrong at home. Okay? So what happened? Yeah, we invited the parents to come down to see their own children and how they misbehave. That was my input. Okay? So yeah, no. I really pushed back at them. I said, this is why Japan is like in the Asian countries is last at learning and speaking English. India, China speak English better than the Japanese because you're using katakana English, which is not English, and in the teaching you're allowing children to control the classroom when it should be the other way around. Okay, that's not how I work. I don't work with children who are noisy. If they don't want to learn, they go into another classroom, sit down there, and let everybody else learn. Yeah, I really had it under control, man.
Jin and the other gentleman. I don't think they could have pushed. I don't think they could have pushed back very hard on what Jin's example was anyway, because Jin was just purely planting a bit of a seed in the kid's mind and asking them to draw what they actually observe, which isn't trying to kid anybody about anything. It's just pointing out that you observe horizontal and level when you're at the beach and when you're looking around. So, he wasn't going against any educational sort of things in place over there.
Curriculum.
He was just planting a seed, I'll call it.
That's right, and using the curriculum in the right way, basically, because you're giving the children freedom to express themselves, and then those who express themselves the best would win a pen that came from Hawaii, and those who are the what do they call them, the runners-up, got snacks from Hawaii, from around the world. That's what I gave the kids. So the lessons went well, noiseless lessons in the school because the children were free to express themselves as children want to be. That's how it was for me anyway. I thoroughly enjoyed it. They enjoyed it as well, and the teachers thanked me. They invited me to join in the fire drills and all this other stuff. I had a good time with it. I thoroughly enjoy it.
They can only draw what they observe. If the kid would have drew what you drew, Jin, then there would have been something obviously wrong. So they have to stay true to what they observe. When they go to the beach, this is what they see. And it'll be horizontal.
Yeah. And all the while, Jin Sensei's got the Dare to Research Flat Earth T-shirt on. We know the UN flag one. That's why I had that one on. And then another time would be the azimuthal equidistant map, with the ocean and the ice. I wore that because that's what was going on back in 2016. I got those from Amazon online. And my friend from England sent it to me, actually. And I sent to him Japanese tea and tea set. So we had a nice swap. And I was really enjoying wearing my T-shirt. Loved it. Okay, so I didn't say the Earth is flat to them, and I never mentioned the word flat Earth at all. But I had the T-shirt that was mentioning it. I didn't say it out of my mouth. Did you see what I mean? So I was very careful in that sense. But you can't stop me from wearing the clothes.
Very clever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very clever. Maybe I can get an amen from Neil on this, because here in the educational system in the United States of America, and I'm an old guy, I've even got a few years over on you there, Mr. 63.
Okay.
I grew up learning the scientific method in school. I grew up learning in elementary school. I grew up learning geography and geometry and how to measure things and trigonometry in eighth grade and in high school. I learned all these things. The true dichotomy, the true juxtaposition, the true oxymoronic reality of the educational school system here in the United States of America is that you're taught two completely different worldviews or paradigms. One of a spherical hyperbolic ball that flies through outer space and all of its nonsense. And then you're taught the reality of how we get around, how we navigate, how we build, how we measure, how we do those things. And there's nobody there to differentiate between the two. It isn't until this last 10 years has everything just been hashed out and rehashed and presented, thrown up against the wall, knocked down, trampled upon, that you finally get to a point where we are right now, where it's the first. It's what you learned in geometry, geography, trigonometry, how to build, measure, navigate. That's it. The hyperbolic spherical presentation of where we live is absolute nonsense. Now, in the United States of America, they're doing so much to protect that ball that they're not even teaching the scientific method anymore. Now, I work with the general public for 4 months out of the year, and I talk to everyone. And I have personal relationships with every single one of my clients, customers, people who come stop to buy and talk to me. When I talk to education, and there's a ton of teachers in the United States of America, tons, hardworking men, women out there. And when I talk to them at any level, it doesn't matter what level it is, whether it's elementary, preschool, junior high, high school, collegiate, and extra super gray matter school doctorate people, the point is still the same. The scientific method is being eliminated. It's being eliminated. That whole process is being eliminated. The definition of science in America now in the 21st century doesn't even include the scientific method. And I asked those teachers one-on-one, and they all say the same thing. We're not happy about it. It's the curriculum we got, and we have to teach what it is. I said, so there's no discussion, classroom conversation about how you develop a hypothesis from observation, independent variables, all of that is no. They all said the same thing. No, it's not even there anymore. So we fight a bigger battle.
Well, yeah, exactly. And the thing is, right, what you're saying is very powerful, because if you go back to 1985 or thereabouts, you have Carl Sagan, who was in one of his last interviews, okay, before he passed away because of cancer, of course. But he stated that he was concerned about science because no one's adhering to, the scientific method was being dropped, he said. Standards are dropping, he was saying, in a roundabout way. And it's easy to get bamboozled. Science has become a religion, is what he said. And it's easy to be bamboozled. And if you are carrying a belief without confirmation or validation, that would be a mistake, he said. He was worried about who's going to be teaching the scientific method. That's what he asked. Okay, because back then in 1985, it was already starting to not be taught. Do you understand? In certain areas. Okay, so what he said is quite powerful. You know, he'd be turning in his grave now. Carl Sagan. And this is a man who is an astronomer, right? And as we all know, astronomy is not a science, but yet he was concerned about the scientific method, which he doesn't use in his field. Isn't that not amazing?
Well, it shows how dense, thick, stupid the masses are. We're all saying the same thing. We all know innately what the truth is. We all know what the truth is. But when you live in that world of imagination, if you could knock that globe off of that kindergarten teacher's desk and never have to deal with it, it would be a good education that you could glean to learn how to build, learn how to navigate, how to get around, how to measure things, that would be great. But it's that ball out there that keeps getting in the way every single time. It's the ball that's making the rules. It's the ball that motivates Hollywood. It's the ball that motivates literature. It's the ball. It's the ball. It's the ball. It never ends. It never ends. And now, moving forward, it's got to end. It has got to end if people want to come to the truth, to see the light.
Yeah.
For me, as a Christian, it's very easy. As a follower of Christ, and this was a great show today, by the way, Nathan. This was just great how people came in, and I was taking notes left and right. When most people came in, whether it's 212 or 14 or 15 or 16 or 17 or 18, even up until about 18, you know, when I came in, I was researching Tesla. I had hip surgery and I had to recover, and I thought, well, I'm going to be in bed for 30 days, so I want to learn something. I'm researching Tesla. This is late 2016, early January 2017, and while I'm researching Tesla, and of course I used the internet and YouTube. At that time in early 2017, you would get the viable, what we considered viable back then, flat Earth researchers. You would get Dubé, you would get Mark Sargent, you would get all these guys, these headliners at the time. And I thought the same thing. Why am I getting this? I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this. Well, after 10 days, I was like, well, how does this stack up against what the Word of God says, what the Bible says? Some sort of measure of authoritative text. What does it say? I was a backslidden, lukewarm Christian. I wanted to know what the good book said about this ball and this flat earth. And let me tell you what, that's the most humbling experience in the world when you find out there's nothing in the Bible about a ball or a globe or spinning or rotating or tilting or orbiting. Nothing in there. Now, when you put those two together, that's an epiphany. That changed my world paradigm. Listen, when I was a young man, my first international show business gig was in Australia for 7 months at the 88 Expo in Brisbane, Australia. I had a 6-month-old baby and my wife with me on the plane, traveling from East Tennessee all the way over to Sydney and then up to Brisbane. And we have multiple stops, one in Chicago, one in LA, one in Honolulu, one in Auckland, New Zealand, then finally in Australia. We didn't get off the plane. We got off the plane in Hawaii, and then we didn't get off the plane in Auckland. But then in Australia, when we finally arrived at our final destination, I'm a grown man. I know right from wrong. I know up from down. And in my mind, I said, as I got off the plane and stepped on Australian dirt for the first time, am I going to be upside down? And that was a viable thought in my head. I didn't know what to expect. So this hook turns and circles back all the way to, jumping into people's vain imaginations and living there, giving them a foothold or a stranglehold or a stronghold there. You can't. Because I was a grown man. I should have known. I had all these questions. I knew in my heart that the world wasn't a ball. I knew it, but I didn't know it. Or maybe I should say I believed it, but I didn't know it. And then when I stepped off the plane and I'm on dirt, I laughed. I absolutely laughed. And I thought, oh my God. Now that was in 88. I got to wait, to 98, to 08, to 2018 to come to the truth of, dummy, you flew in a straight line a long way from point A to point B. That's it. Yeah. But I was tricked. And my point is, if we have missions, it's just this. And as a Christian, it is to get people out of their imagination, to get them out of that. So this is why I love Nathan and the panel and all the guys and what they do here. They don't deal in hypotheticals. They don't deal with ifs. You want to get yourself in trouble in the Bible, every time you see the word if, boy, oh boy, it means there's a consequence after if you don't believe in this, this will happen. That's the big if. And it's permeated throughout science, the scientific world, the biblical world, the spiritual world, the natural world. And it's a spiritual battle, but it comes with a lot of tricks and snares and all that stuff. So thank you for letting me ramble there, but I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, it was good. Really nice listening. And I resonate with what you were saying anyway. I'll tell you what really makes me, what really amazes me, two facts when I take a grander view of the earth when it's laid out level. Of course, that levelness, and then the way man has utilized it, the infrastructure, whether it's in the rural area or in the urban cities, yeah, and you see it all out, expands flat. You think, wow, look at what man has built. Look at it. And then the farmland, the way it's been used and the way they plow the land, everything's all straight, level lines. When you're from a mountain and you're looking at because here in Japan, there are many mountains and you can see the land. You see, land is very precious because Japan is very mountainous. Okay, right. So you can see that land is premium and you see the way they use the land, but it's all level, isn't it? When you're looking from a high vantage point, like the top of the summit of a mountain. And it just amazes me, wherever I've been around the world and where I grew up, even in England, because I've seen England from high towers, not realizing it's flat. You see what I mean? I can go back in my memory and go to where I've been in high tower buildings, delivering to insurance companies and that. Okay, and I'm looking out the window and I can see the whole of central London, right the way down to the Tower of London, for example. I'm thinking, look at that, beautiful. Not realizing it's flat. We're going back to like the 80s. Okay, in the 90s, I'm looking at and thinking, what a beautiful view, but not really realizing how flat everything is. But when I look back and take a view of the earth, even right up to recent days, I'm always blown away at the way man has endeavored to leave his mark with buildings, roads. You understand the infrastructure? Beautiful.
Yeah, because that infrastructure cannot be built on a ball. It's an impossibility. It has to be flat and level.
Yeah. It's very true. Very true. Yeah.
Well, it
Short
also
live
could be
the
the one
globe.
world religion too. People are given this is a strong delusion. The globe is that the one world religion that they're talking about in Revelation. I don't know, but it does say that God gives them over to strong delusion. Well, they'll believe a lie instead of the truth.
Exactly.
Amen.
Amen. Usually we say, long live the flat earth. Short live the globe. Short live the globe.
Well, in the scheme of
what do you mean? It's been living for thousands of years.
I was going to say, in the scheme of their timeline, the globe is very short-lived.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Yeah.
They just tell us everybody
short-lived. It never existed. It never existed.
I mean, short-lived.
This is the greatest. This is the greatest delusion of them all. It never existed.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree.
No ball.
In terms of the perception of there being a globe in the mind's eye of people who suspend disbelief, it's short-lived.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's why that moon landing was so prevalent for them, because now there was a video, Nathan, somebody put it in Master B. You should have went through it, because the guy goes through the whole thing about Eratosthenes and the Greeks, and then finally in 1969 we got the proof that Earth is a ball.
Sounds like a is it? What's his name? McKeegan story, the photographer, Glober.
I don't know who it is,
Sounds
but
like
he
something
takes
he
you
would
through
present.
it, and then the confirmation was 1969 when they went to the moon, and on their journey they saw this beautiful blue marble. That was it. That was the confirmation. That's what they needed to be done. And then it was affirmed in everybody that this is a true event. It happened. America is the first people to land on the moon.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting side note to that too, Neil. When I was researching the Kubrick's 2001 Space Odyssey, I found the directors and producers cut as to how they made the motion picture and all the techniques they used in it in the development and what they were able to do with high speed film and all sorts of, at the time it came out in 1969. But prior to that, and I still use this little soundbite as part of what I do on my channel, is that, and this is one of the producers of the motion picture saying, at this time, right, in pre-production in 1967, 68, they didn't know what the Earth looked like. So it all had to be imagined.
Yeah.
Now that in my world was a very powerful statement, because this is Hollywood, who's used the spinning ball in their Universal movie opening credits, and the ball has been around since the 1920s and 1930s. But it wasn't until 1967, 68 that someone actually said, well, no one's been high enough to ever take a picture of the ball. What? And we're supposed to be going to the moon and nobody even knows what the Earth looks like? What? How do you know what the radius is if you don't know a ball? It was all created. It was all mathematically put together and bent and haversigned and converted, and it's all a joke.
That's why I was having to go at Jin. Right? So if you take that narrative of the moon landing specifically, what's the purpose? Is it to get men on the moon? Not really. The main purpose is to fulfill what you've just described as a lacking aspect of heliocentrism. You don't have any images of the ball. So Bart Sabrell and his coverage of this is where you get that exposure of what's the actual purpose of lying about going to the moon's surface. Well, so that halfway there they can turn around and take a picture of the Earth from space. Now, so long as you argue within the context of Earth and a sky vacuum, and how the camera on the moon doesn't work, it still leaves the perception of, well, we've still got a picture of Earth from space, right? We just didn't go to the moon, right? It leaves all of those doors and those possibilities open.
That's correct.
That's correct, Nathan. That's correct.
I met with silence rather than Jin shouting me down. Hopefully the penny's dropping for Jin. We'll see in a minute, I guess.
Ha ha ha.
No, I'm dead serious. That was directly aimed at you, Jin. Sorry, you didn't like me disagreeing earlier.
That's okay. That's okay. No worries. Like I said, we're not going to squabble over it.
Fair enough.
Listen, I will take. I don't want to be hypocritical here either, Jen. The point is not to deal with the hypothetical, but I do understand. If we're going to be clever as a serpent and calm as a dove, sometimes, not a majority of the time, but sometimes we have to use what the evil side brings and expose evil. So I get that. I get if you do a presentation that has to highlight what the globe is, I get it. I do that all the time. I juxtapose the two because I want people to come to that same understanding as well. Well, this is what we're taught. This is not even what we're taught, what we're told. We're told it's a ball. We're taught how to measure, navigate, build. We're taught those things because we have to learn how to do them correctly. Otherwise, we couldn't function as a civilization. There is nothing about that ball that is beneficial to civilization of mankind. Nothing. Actually,
that's a good point.
The opposite. So I get it. I get it. I understand. And I do it myself. I do it. I put one against the other, and I leave it up to the viewer to say, well, I guess they're telling us two different stories, and it's always two different stories. Always two different stories.
So it's what Nathan says. We're told it's a ball, but we treat it as flat. Always, everyone.
Oh,
yeah.
We don't.
Well, we measure it flat.
We don't consider code in any construction building.
I've just had a couple of emails from one of my subscribers and supporters, but I'm going to forego the first email and just read the second, because I think the first gives away who it is, and I don't want to do that because I haven't got permission to do that. By the way, I did run into Eric DeBay first, then found you. Then I fell for the other hot potatoes and delved into conspiracies like a belly flop into the pool. Ha ha ha. And of course, who wouldn't? They put up a very pretty actress to host the show. He. We were all fools for a while, yes indeedy.
I know who it is.
Yeah, well, doesn't matter who it is. The point and sentiment is what I want to get into. This person's acknowledging, this is a response to today's show, right?
Absolutely.
Why is it that the lazier I am in terms of the themes that I picked up, I decided to do that theme about 25 seconds after the live show had started. And why? Well, because previously I've been working with my wife. We're working through the work on my book, piecing together the 5th draft as a skeleton to work on the 6th draft. And my wife saying, you just need to pull from your experience. And as she's reading through the chapter, she's like, well, round about this sort of time, you were doing X. Why don't you just regale us with a couple of stories of that time period? So I'm like, yeah, no worries, I can do that. I wrote down those notes and then took my kid today to an art class. While she's having her art history class, I'm sat there going, I can easily rattle this off. This is dead easy. So I'm rattling it off. And what am I actually doing? I'm telling the story of how I came across Math Powerland. In other words, I'm regaling, potentially, if it becomes edit, it might all get scrapped or all, but, it might become copy that communicates to an audience my foray into this subject after being a conspiratard and looking at subliminal message. So I'm like, well, I'll start the show with that then. Let's see where we go from there. And I'm getting emails and you're all discussing it in the after show. So it's obviously a good subject. Everyone loves to talk about themselves and how they find themselves in this arena. But it just amuses me that the single example I can give of somebody of noteworthy credit in a direct position to talk about Earth and its measurements was Brian Mullen. And he got frog marched off the subject ceremoniously and his job threatened.
Yep. Absolutely correct. And he had credibility because he's an engineer.
Grace is this, that his material is still available on YouTube. It's all there. I've got it all. Love his stuff. Still pushing it out even today. Brian Mullen's stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like that. I always give credit to the old school. And Brian Mullen's top of the list.
Well, my prayer would be that there are 1,000 Brian Mullins, 10,000 Brian Mullins out there in these younger generations that are not going to put up with this nonsense, this two different paradigm position that they're told and taught from kindergarten all the way up, that they come out and do. Listen, this is their age of technology. They all want to digitize themselves. They all want to synthesize themselves. Good. There's going to be a handful who will grasp this truth, and then they do utilize these same social media platforms and formats to do it. The point was, when those of us who came into this from 2012 to 2018, it was easily accessible. YouTube was pushing the flat earth stuff. Well, fast forward now, over the last 3 or 4 years, no, you can't find anything other than just flat earth debunked stuff. So the rise, the step forward, the motion forward has to be with younger generations who haven't entered the workplace yet to have a career threatened. The innocence of youth has to say, listen, it's either one or the other. It's either hyperbolic and spherical in regards to two different geometries that contradict themselves, or it's going to be with the one geometry, like Brian's logic said, there is no Euclidean, non-Euclidean, there's just geometry. That's it.
Yep.
That we're taught down here. So it's, like I say, we can't get stuck in a neutral spin and going nowhere. We have to start, encouraging people, promoting people, suggesting to the youth of America, are you going to be played your whole life, or are you going to come to the truth? One or the other.
Yeah, but it's got to start with the parents. Hold on, it's got to start with the parents. If the parents are going to accept their children coming home and saying 2 + 2 is 5, then it's never going to change until the parents comprehend that what their children are being taught about living in a solar system is not correct, and that Earth is actually flat. There's not going to be any change. Now you'll find change in high schools. You go probably 7th grade through high school and just ask the kids right there, what do you think? Is the Earth flat? Most of them will tell you, yeah, we know it's flat. I had it happen to me on a job site. 2 kids, they were like, yeah, we know the Earth is flat. It's nothing new. And this is what, 2019? So it's out there more than you think.
Yeah. Round of applause for that you made there, Neil. Absolutely correct. So there's in the textbook we got here, states that 80% of the child's education is coming house, right? So that, and people don't realize how much, education from home plays a part in children's lives. And for me, with my kids, as soon as I learned that the earth was indeed been, misinformed, I was up there like a shot after 8 hours of watching flat earth videos. And like I said, I prepared my lesson and I just went straight upstairs, told the kids and informed them. The wife didn't get on board until 8 years later because she didn't think it was important and she wasn't interested, and that's fine. The truth is the truth, and I want to make sure that the children knew, and they knew. They knew it 100%. They know it today. So there we are. And, as soon as you know, you let them know. And that's key.
Well, we have to get them to realize that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it's very important.
I was just saying we got to get them to realize that. All right. You go first, Jen.
No, you go first. Sorry.
Okay. What we got to get them to realize is that in this belief system, they actually think that we're floating around and there's soil in the sky. Now, when you make it that obvious and that ridiculous, maybe they'll realize that, wait a second. Yeah. In this paradigm that they're teaching my children in school, they got soil in the sky. And I'm part of a solar system when actually I'm in the basement here and I'm just looking up at everything.
Well, yeah. You see, because my second son said that, Daddy, does that mean that rocks are coming from the sky? I said, no, they've never done that. And that was what I was always worried about that. Before I realized all this flat earth stuff, I was always worried about meteorites landing on Earth and killing everybody, right? So when you hear the observatories have found a rock that is earthbound, you think, wow, they're doing a great job. You're working, you hear the news, you think, well done, guys, well done, keeping us safe. That's what I used to think.
I mean,
bloody waste of money. There's no rock's going to come and hit us.
Well, you shouldn't
wasting the money again.
If there ever was, I mean, what we could do is send some miners to the rock through a sky vacuum, get them to drill down and drop a nuclear weapon in it, and then blow it up from within, and all of the little pieces would just vaporize.
Oh, Armageddon.
No, Deep Impact too. There's 2 movies, Armageddon
they
and
did
Deep
that,
Impact.
didn't they? Armageddon, Bruce Willis.
I like the Deep Impact.
Don't want to close my eyes. Sorry, Neil.
I like the Deep Impact one because he goes searching for who Ellie is, extension level event, and she comes across how the dinosaurs became extinct, from that meteor from the sky.
Yeah, flat Earth is a great level.
Unbelievable.
They teach that in school, right? They teach that as fact, that the dinosaur became extinct because a meteor hit Earth and wiped everything out. And that's taught as fact.
in 2013, here in Japan, it came out in the news that they found a miniature T-Rex here in Japan, okay? And this is in 2013, so I'm not into the flat earth by this time yet. 2013, okay? And I went, hang on a second, that doesn't sound right. Now, my first instinct was, Japan is trying to make money from the dinosaur industry. That's what I thought, because how did it get to Japan? Japan's volcanic islands. They came from the sea. How would these dinosaurs get here? How? No, that's not true. Dinosaurs mainland. That's what I said. Japan is lying here. They're trying to make money. 2 years later, flat Earth, 2016, Eric Dubé's dinosaurs never existed. I went, yeah, I knew there was something up. Wow.
Well, how do they wow kids, right? They wow kids with dinosaurs and space.
Yeah.
And now you have dinosaurs in space.
Yeah. I never took my kids to the dinosaur museums. Never took them there. Never got them dinosaur print pajamas or duvets or any of that stuff. Nothing.
I was big into it as a kid. I made my cousin Connie.
My brother
I was about 7 years old, and my cousin Connie, she was, my mother's age. She was my cousin. She said she'll take me to the Museum of Natural History someday. So, hey, this was, I think, Friday night. Sunday morning came, I was calling her up. Cousin Connie, you told me you're going to take me to the Museum of Natural History. He's like, Neil, it's Sunday. I said, yeah, you said Sunday. I thought she said Sunday, but she took us, and that was a grand experience. I was big into the dinosaurs. I mean, come on. Big dinosaur, Godzilla. That's what they do. They indoctrinate you at an early age. Space and dinosaurs.
That was one of the few things my wife actually got involved with me. I think it was either just before or just after I was getting into the subject of flat Earth. And she approached me about it and was like, I want to go to the Natural History Museum and look at this dinosaur. They're going to move it. I'm like, why? She's like, I want to see if it's real. I'm like, what do you mean if it's real? And she explained that there wasn't any actual dinosaur bones in any of the museums. They're all plaster casts. I'm like, nah. She's like, well, let's go and check. Well, fair enough. So we toddled down to London. She might have been pregnant. It must have been after Flat Earth, because I think she was pregnant. I can't remember. It's not really relevant to the story anyway. But we go down there, and we're looking at this giant, I don't know, Dilophosaurus or something massive, whatever it's called. And she's asking one of the curators there about this dinosaur. And she's full on, trying to quiz this guy about whether or not this dinosaur's real. And he made it quite explicitly clear, no, it's not. So then she's like, well, where are the bones? And the guy's like, there aren't any. Well, we do have some. They're just obviously under lock and key somewhere else. You're like, well, what about this one? No, this is a plaster cast. It's a replica. What about this one? Plaster cast. And we're talking right down to the little tiny ones. None of them were real in the museum. So, well, what's the museum for? You know what I mean? If the dinosaur bones aren't on display and none of it's real, what's the point of this whole museum? Is a sham? That was basically the impression that she and I obviously came away with after going in the museum to find real dinosaur bones. And there weren't any.
Yep, and that was my beef with the Ark Encounter when I went there. They had, they replicated Noah's Ark. It's massive. I mean, it's very cool when you go there. But they had dinosaur in there. They had like little dinosaurs and how Noah took care of them. I was like, what? Where are they coming up with this? So they're putting evolution in Christianity. So which one is it?
Yeah, I did a similar thing, Nathan, with my brothers in 1988. We got on our mountain bikes. We were living in Highgate at the time. We cycled from Highgate to the Science Museum and the Natural History Museum. And we laughed at the dinosaurs. We knew it wasn't real because they didn't feel like real bone. The signs say don't touch, but you can't resist. So you touch it, and we just said, this is fake, isn't it? We're knocking it, and I said, doesn't feel like real bone. Doesn't sound like bone, does it? No, it's just real. Look at this place, We just laughed, We kind of like discovered that it was all, like you said,
now,
plaster
right?
cast. So like plastic. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, no, the new dinosaur now, they have feathers.
Well, yeah. What was it? National Geographic had to apologize, remember? For what they called the missing link. Archaeoraptor, it was called. Archaeoraptor, the missing link where the dinosaurs transition into birds. And it was all constructed from different bones from different birds. And the Chinese guy who did it had to apologize, and National Geographic had to apologize as well, because they put it up as the missing link, didn't they? Do you remember that one? Anyone?
I don't remember that, but that sounds about right. But that's true with all of the whole narrative and whole story. I mean, I remember JLB doing a whole expose on it and looking for I can't remember what they call them now, the dino archetypes or something like that. And, you know, they're somewhere right in the middle of nowhere. And it's just a whole nonsense narrative that goes along with these dinosaurs that basically have no actual evidence to show that they were ever real, or there's none in the museums. Like I say, they're all claimed to be under lock and key. And when you actually get to one that's claimed to be proving they're real, they don't.
Yeah.
In the movie Don't Look Up, if you remember that movie, at the end, they get eaten by dinosaur, but they got feathers now.
It was the whole opening scene of Jurassic Park, them explaining how the Velociraptor's just a giant turkey. Do you remember?
Yep. Yeah.
Anyway, I didn't intend this to open the door to us all reminiscing about how big conspiratards we are, because dino fakery is no different to 9/11 truth. As much as it might piss you all off for me to now say this, it is absolutely the case, right? That's another route in to have us be ridiculed because we don't agree with the standard line narrative when it comes to dinosaurs in this instance, right? Who cares? When you've got an absolute cast iron standard like horizontal distance measurements and vertical perpendiculars for altitude measurements. These are cast iron facts that are used in practical application when measuring Earth, like rise over run, like straight and level flight, like sea level, like any distance measurement ever, like any map on any scale. All of these things are absolute fact. Well, I don't know, what will we do to combat that if we need to use these absolute facts to claim we're on a ball? We'll give them dinosaur hoaxery and 9/11 truth, and then they'll sound like a right nutter.
No, but dinosaurs directly correlate with heliocentrism because they were wiped out from a comet that came from outer space, Nathan.
Yeah, it certainly all ties in and fits in well together. It's one big package deal. Evolution, Darwinism, heliocentrism, all the same. But to dispel that little dinosaur myth and imagination as well, once again, and correct me if I'm wrong, another creation of the 19th century Roman Catholic Church, a priest who termed the word dinosaurs and all the bones that they found. What in the 1800s? I thought dinosaurs have been around for millions of years. No, 1800s. That's when we created them. What a mess.
Yeah, that's something that John Le Bon exposed as well. And he just did it with simple primary source research. Just go back through the sources as far as you can until you reach a dead end. That's it. It's really simple. How far does this story really go back? Let's have a look. Oh, right. Not very far. No, not very far. Where did it originate? Roman Catholic Church. Like most things. When they say all roads lead to Rome, yeah, there's a reason for that, isn't there?
Now, no roads lead to Rome. Death and destruction lead to Rome. That's what you're going to find in Rome. It amazes me that all the heliocentrism had its origins in the Roman Catholic Church. Dinosaurs had its origins in the Roman Catholic Church. And we just go down the line, just check. Okay. Jesuits, the Dark Ages. I mean, how many times do we have to check off Roman Catholic Church?
Yeah.
Well, I was raised Roman Catholic, and at a young age, I saw the contradiction because they taught us about God creating Adam and Eve, and the next class they were teaching us about Darwinism and evolution. And I remember as a young kid being like, what's going on here? You just told me I was created. Now you're telling me I'm evolving. So,
same principle for anything. If you want to control the opposition, you need to lead it. So what better way if you have opposition with the Christian faith than to lead it as your own? And then you can perpetuate all your nonsense. If you were the devil, that's how you do it.
Yeah, exactly. You have a little bit of truth and you wrap it up in a lie.
Meanwhile, we can lean into measurements of Earth that are used by everyone always. So none of what we've discussed today benefits us. Yes, it was our foray in and it's nice to reminisce. But in reality, moving forward, if you want the kids to recognise it, you need somebody, dare I say it, boring. Somebody who's not open-minded. Somebody that just says, yes, with a very nasally adenoidal voice. Yes, we do just measure it flat. Because that person's in authority and doing something fairly mundane, as opposed to somebody who likes talking about dinosaurs not being real, or the origins of the Roman Catholic deception in many different guises. You know, that kind of person doesn't garner the respect of the masses. The adenoidal, white coat, lab-wearing, normal guy that just happens to be in an authoritarian position talking about flat Earth. Like Brian Mullen as a perfect example, right? That's who you need.
Yes. Yeah, but Nathan, you're right. Once people come to an understanding that Earth is flat, everything goes out the window. Nothing means anything anymore.
Yeah, so you need that
Solar
to follow.
systems don't mean anything.
Okay, here's the difference, and it's taken me all show to come to it. You need that to follow flat Earth, not precede it. You don't want people to work their way into flat Earth from notions of 9/11 distruth or, I don't know, vaccines or whatever conspiracy they've come from to get to flat Earth. You need the boring guy in the white lab coat to just say, yeah, it's just measured flat. Distance is a horizontal measurement. When it's applied to Earth or maps or navigation or anything we do with Earth.
Am I the only one that's lost, Nathan?
What? Have you lost?
No.
What? Yes, I think you are, Neil. You just need the conspiracies and realization of how much we've been deceived to follow flat Earth and have that be untarnished by conspiratards. The only way you can do it is by using hostile witnesses. Now, we've been given hostile witnesses, and they're numpties. Do you really want to cite Simon Dan's 1,000 sun measurements off a flat plane? No, you want to be citing the Neil deGrasse Tysons, their higher-ups in their priesthood. But we're divide and rule, put amongst others like us, who are elevated above us for perpetuating, if I can get my tongue around it, their version of heliocentrism. By their, I mean the Roman Catholic Church, of course. Well, that's what Simon Dan's propping up. Now, me communicating to Dan that he's perpetuating a Roman Catholic religion will never matter so long as he and I are arguing amongst ourselves about it. Me being the conspiratard who talks about flat Earth, him being the level-headed normie that he thinks he is. But we're both in the same pond. We're both fighting amongst ourselves. And realistically, neither of us were ever going to be ordained to communicate this to the wider masses. We're kept in a pond. Together. Now, he might not realise it. I certainly do. And now I can bitch and bleat about how he gets all the money out of the pond. That, you know, the silt's very much pushed over to the one side in this metaphor. But will that change that what we realistically need is just some dude that's just building bridges? Now, the reality is this guy is already out there, and he is talking about how Earth's measured flat. But it's not contextually within the subject matter of the ball deceit. That's used to divide and rule. So therefore, when the guy who's building the bridge talks about his horizontal distance measurement, it's not associated cognitively by the guy watching that documentary. That's why when 10th Man used to go and get the videos that were describing celestial navigation, it's just random normie on a boat describing how Earth's measured flat, without a care in the world. He's not concerned that he's suddenly going to get a load of troll comments below him. And when we highlight their videos, they go, oh, I better turn off my comments. Or better still, put a disclaimer in my information box that says, even though I've just explained in no uncertain terms how I measure Earth flat to navigate, Earth's a ball. Because they've been hijacked by us and our opponents simultaneously. You can't use this normie who's saying Earth's measured flat to prove Earth's measured flat. Oi, normie that's talking about Earth being measured flat. Don't change how Earth's measured. You will still need to do that if you don't want to die at sea. Can you put a little disclaimer into your video that says it isn't flat? Like you measured it? Without a care in the world until we came along? That's how it's supposed to run. So you need a certain order of events to continually cyclically occur with each generation. We fade out into obscurity. A new media generation comes along. And they're given a path that's already well beaten of conspiracy. So anybody who talks about flat Earth from the younger generations will be the metaphorical equivalent of us and the path we led our way to here. They'll be talking about 9/11 truth, the magic bullet, dinosaurs not being real, and then flat Earth, with a belief, because they haven't spent any time researching it. They've spent most of their time propping up their own ego, demonstrating how smart they were with the conspiracies they'd researched thoroughly before getting to flat Earth. Not researching how Earth gets measured, because the measurements you're told by your opponent has also simultaneously been set up at the same time. Not that they're in any understanding that they're being utilised as a tool also. Simon Dan doesn't know he's a tool. Like I'm a tool. We're both tools. But we didn't know it when we got here, so we just argue amongst ourselves. Perfect. Till you tuck yourselves out and we can do the same thing with the next generation.
You know, distance being measured linearly.
Speak up, whoever that was. It sounded like Len.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
That's better.
You know about distance being measured linear.
Horizontal and linear, yes.
Is that just from maps, point to point as the crow flies?
Yeah.
The only reason I'm bringing that up is what's that device called? The wheel on a stick that measures distance.
Yeah, they're not using that to create maps. So if you draw out any line on Google Earth and then do an elevation profile, it's called, you'll see that it's with respect to horizontal, and the deviations in the elevation profile are measured with rise over run, not with a wheel on a stick, but the overall distance from point A to point B, as you put it, as the crow flies. I don't use that term. I just use the scale. I'd say if you look at the scale on the map.
Right.
Same thing.
I was thinking with that measuring device, you don't get the undulations and whatnot, and the distances wouldn't line up if you were going from point A to point B and there's a hill in the way.
Yeah, correct. So
just
if you draw out a line,
about.
If you do a sat-nav line, for instance, will it match the actual journey on your tacho? Well, no. You've got hills and valleys to negotiate. Now, when someone turns around and say, well, it's not flat, we're negotiating the hills and valleys. Oh, yeah? And how are they measured? Well, with rise over run, with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. But once you've got all those measurements, you've got the topographical rise and fall of the land with respect to sea level, that's how it's all measured, you can then map it and chart it. And on the map, in terms of how much mileage you can put to between point A and point B, that's horizontal linear distance measurement as per the scale. So Red Rhetoric becomes the perfect example of this. When he draws a line in Google Earth from one side of the states to the other, 2,500 miles, that he'll then apply trig to. Why? Because it's a horizontal linear distance measurement. So he can apply a triangle to it as a flat base with a 90 degree to do trig with, because it's a horizontal linear distance. Then you get to the rock and the hard place. So is it the case that you deny this horizontal distance measurement? In which case you can't do anything with it. You can't utilise it for a eye level comparison to surface level for dip. That would be geometric horizon mathematics, Earth curve mathematics. Do you not want to apply your trig to it in the case of Red Rhetoric? You're saying it's bent, well then your trig fails. So do you want to go to the hard place where you haven't got any application of the measurements, or accept that Earth is measured flat? Those are the only two choices, because that is precisely how Earth is measured.
I guess I just wasn't really understanding the rise over run part of things, but yeah, that makes total sense now.
Rise over run is just describing the undulations of the ground with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. The run is horizontal. The rise is the deviation from the horizontal in the vertical. Well, you can measure that and chart it. That's how you get the topographical maps. When you draw out an elevation profile in things like Google Earth, that's where they've got the information from. Otherwise known as surveying.
Oh, cool. Thanks.
So surveying itself is the key to understanding how flat Earth gets measured with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. The overarching use of sea level for all of these universal heights with respect to it tell you in no uncertain terms Earth is being measured flat. Without a universal horizontal to describe these rises and deviations, that's hills and valleys, from, you don't have a system to describe it with. If horizontal is not horizontal, if surface level is not level, if sea level is not level, if eye level isn't parallel, these are the tools and axioms used in measuring Earth. To acquire a map, in this instance to answer your question, long way about it, that has a scale with a linear horizontal distance applicable. That's how it works, because that's how it is measured. That's what miles and kilometres are. That's what we use.
On a bit of a, I've actually put on a sadder scale. I've heard a glober argue the case that Earth isn't measured flat because they actually use them sticks with wheels, and the wheel is circular, so they're measuring Earth circular when the actual measurement on the circle was also derived from a horizontal measurement in the first instance. But this is what we're up against.
Are you kidding me?
Nope, I've had that one thrown in my face, mate.
Yeah, but again, this is where you kind of have to say, okay, so when you describe that with a distance measurement on a map, are you saying that we have to crumple the map into this shape that matches the wheel for the distance to be accurate? No, we don't. We just have a flat scale on a flat map, and the overall topology can be described with elevation. There's those little rings that go around the hills that say how high it is. But as Len put it, as the crow flies, is as the scale works, as the function is utilised. Flat. And there aren't any exceptions to that. That's how it's measured.
Well, it's just exactly what they did with the globe. They measured flat and got horizontal elevation angles, and then wrapped it around the pole. That's all they've done with that wheel. They've got a horizontal measurement, flat, level, and then they've just wrapped it around a wheel.
Well,
that's all as simple as that.
That's when you got to do what refractor does. It goes into the origins of measurements from an inch on up, how they came to that. And it wasn't globular.
It's planar, like GPS is planar. It's using a Cartesian system. Like maps are flat for a reason, so that you can apply these linear distances to the map, because that's how it's been measured, charted, and scaled to use the maps accurately when you're navigating the terrain.
Well said. Yep.
That's correct. And like we spoke about a few weeks ago with the surveying and Simon Dan, it's not only measured locally flat. They seem to have in their head that on larger scales where they're using lasers or hashtag GPS, that's still using the same methods. It's just points on the surface of Earth and the distance between them. It's still measuring horizontal distances.
Yes.
But they seem to think, well, on a larger scale, it's we're measuring curvature. No, they're not. If you look into it and just do quick little research, it's exactly the same method.
Yes, so there is no different types of surveying. There's just surveying, and you can only survey what's within your local vicinity. If it's beyond your vicinity, aka not local, how are you supposed to measure it? It's like, well, I'm going to measure Brazil from England, and no, you're not.
It's all measured flat.
One more thing there, Nathan. I've done some stupid bloody AI videos. I've just thought in bloody hindsight that I stuck them out there while you were dealing with the whole QE Adam bullshit. And you may have thought, what is this dickhead doing while I'm going through this and dealing with this? My apologies if I pissed you off in any way, shape or form. It was not intended.
No, not at all. You weren't to know.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Was that the one with when you've got all the mics in the room and you're doing acrobatics, Nathan? Is that the one?
Yeah.
Well, there's about 20 uploaded at the moment, but there's another 20 there. Fucking ridiculous. But anyway, I owe you a good PayPal anyway, Nathan. I'll do that now.
I'm munching on a sweet. I'm really sorry. Sorry.
And it goes back to recognizing the deception and where the deception is. Nathan, you referenced Google Earth. The reason they believe they live on a ball is because when you sign into Google Earth, you go into Google Earth, you're shown that ball. It's not until you zoom in all the way to get your measurements, your linear measurements and distances, point A, point B distances, where the reality lives. But then when you zoom out, then we're back to hyperbolic spherical. Those two cannot exist together, but they do. That's what we have to defeat somehow, and it's a big one. It's huge. How many people use Google Earth? Everybody uses Google Earth.
Yeah, but then you get caught with your pants down like Red Rhetoric does. When you actually need to practically apply any of the measurements, even if you zoom right out and show a curve to the point A, point B line, you can't apply trig to it unless it's flat. So again, it's back to the rock and a hard place. I don't care if you're showing me. You're saying that this is visually curved, therefore curved. Why are you applying trig to it then? Oh, you want it to be flat? On your knees and acknowledge how flat it must be for your trig. Oh, you don't want to use your trig, so you're an idiot using trig with curves. Idiot. Oh, you don't want to be an idiot. You do want it to be a flat earth measurement. On your knees. You don't like being on your knees in acknowledgement of the flat earth. You'd rather relinquish your own stupid trig that you can't use anymore. Why did you use it then? And so we go round in circles with them, either acknowledging how flat earth is measured for any practical application, or they relinquish their measurements, because there's only one, isn't there? The distance measurement is, ipso facto, horizontal. That's how it is measured and used and applied always and without exception. Nobody's applying curved distances to anything ever. It wouldn't be useful and isn't utilised in that way. Not only is it not utilised in that way, when these dumbasses like Simon Dan, like Dave McKeegan, like Red Rhetoric, look into how we will measure Earth, they're told that they can apply flat Earth prerequisites, so they do. And then I come along and go, you're using a flat Earth for that. And what are they going to do? Tell me they're not? They are!
Yeah, the curve bit's just a mathematical wizardry calculation. Anything before that is an actual measurement, physical measurement of Earth. Then they do some mathematics calculations and turn it into a globe. That's how it is. So you can either talk about reality and measurements, or you can talk about mathematical models. Which one do you want to talk about?
The models have all come from the flat Earth measurements as well, though, if you want to call them models. You can't escape the reality of what we actually live upon and how it's been processed, measured, logged, charted, scaled. All of the origin measurements are flat. Now, if you're going to try and create something from that, in this case a ball, you need it to function with the real measurements. Now, if you're a ball believer, you're going to utilise the real measurements of Earth. Right up until the point I point out they're flat. Then you're between a rock and an hard place.
And that's why we've all had the rebuttal. You don't know your math. I mean, they love throwing that one in your face because They know deep down in the heart, it's mathematical. After the measurement, it's mathematical. So you're in a mathematical conversation after the actual measurement.
I just want to do a shout out to Adam. I won't use his surname, but hopefully he listens to the after show and knows that I'm extremely appreciative of his PayPal donation that he just sent me. Thank you so much, Adam. Like yesterday, after the show, people are grateful for the show and they send me a PayPal donation. It doesn't normally work like that, where someone watches the show and then sends me money saying thank you. But thank you, Adam, that is.
You're welcome, Nathan. I changed my name years ago, but I haven't changed it with PayPal yet.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much.
Well, I haven't done it for over 10 years. You're more than welcome, dude.
It's going to be given straight to my wife to keep her away from her company work. I might as well just disclaim this. So all of the recordings of the book are being transcribed by my wife, which is a pain in the ass. But there we go. It's one of those that it's a useful process to go through, because as she's typing it and pointing out how boring it is, it reminds me of why this event has happened. So one of the things that Brian had gone through with me was like, well, they feel like you haven't done any work. Well, as I'm listening back to the recordings, what's actually happening is I'm finding the whole thing very boring and then playing video games while Adam and QE boringly go through their links. You know, when it became described as a reference book, what that actually means is it's littered with boring links and tedious, boring tripe that needs to be completely rewritten. Now, what I wanted out of the process, the fifth draft, was to have lots of factual information to have in my book, right, that was verified by the boffins of the flat earth. Now, because while they've been doing that, I've found it very tedious and basically been either fall asleep or play a video game, and I've picked the latter, right, which means that my interaction levels are low. Now, don't get me wrong, there's various different points in all of the recordings where I'm piping up and making it absolutely clear that it's being done under my supervision. But ultimately, they've felt despondent because I haven't interacted as much as they'd hoped with the boring factual bits where we're talking about equations or whatever it is we're talking about, right? Or they are talking about. Let's give them credit where credit's due. But where the credit's due is going to be sorely removed in terms of its context of the fifth draft. Now, all they've actually managed to do is hold me back and mean that I'm now having to pay my wife, which is the point I was about to make, with various different donations that I get. So I've said to her, look, you obviously do these various different incentives. She works for an energy company and they'll pay her to do various different bits of overtime and things like that. I'm sure everyone's familiar with boring desk work. Well, she actually works from home, but it's that type of boring desk work. She does customer service. But I've said, look, rather than you saying yes, say no. And when I get a donation, I'll give it you. And then you can sit in front of the book and then regain control of the fifth draft, so that I can start doing what I'd always intended to do, which is turn it into my story, whereas it's got lots of QE links in it and is very dry and boring. To the point, like I say, where during the recordings, she's like, my God, this is dull. I'm like, yeah, I described it after the fact as being, at a cursory glance, like when I'm making sure I have got the recordings to transcribe from, as dry as a nun's vagina. And it really, really is. Now, you know, it's going to be far, far better for this process, and perhaps having a shock to the system, i.e. two friends betray you in a quite serious, severe way, and decide that they're going to take credit for my book. It's like, okay, well, that's going to have backfired. They're going to become pariahs for the theft, quite literally, and subsequent extortion using their stolen material made under my supervision. But that just means that QE and Adam's exit is a very saddening exit. It's not how it should have been. Now, don't get me wrong, they'll probably come back in a couple of weeks and start bleating about how they did so much work. It's like, what, on my fifth draft? That's now having to be reworked after I regain control through transcription, having paid my wife and become more poor. It's like, internally as a family, I haven't got more money to pay my wife with, but literally she, who has her own bills to pay, and, you know, we do have separate finances, she can't afford to not be sat in front of her company's work when I'm asking her to transcribe from videos. So to do that, I've had to pay her, which just means as a family we become poorer, and we're taking a step back from where we should be in the fifth draft process, moving into the sixth draft. But for their betrayal, I might not have the mindset that I've currently got, where I'm hyper-focused on telling a really good story and making my book a page-turner. Now, I don't know if you were listening earlier, Len, when I first started off the pre-show, but I was actually playing to my wife, who was sat next to me just while she finished off her work and I started mine, because literally she'll finish off working doing customer service work and I'll start the show pretty much the minute she finishes and closes her laptop. But in that in-between stage, I got the show up and ready and running, and I was, before recording, playing out the opening to my book, or what might become the opening, once it's, put around what was going to be the factual information to keep it a really good, information-heavy Flat Earth book that references all the different arguments perceived therein for Flat Earth. Now, that bit's been, by their perception, stolen by them. Well, it's like, no, I've now got to spend time and effort and money to get my wife to transcribe it all. Well, that's a proper pain in the arse, isn't it? And it sets me back, and everyone's pissed at them for it. In their mind, it's like, well, no, we've done so much work, it's now ours. It's like, no. But by doing what you've done, that's betray me badly, it puts me in a very different frame of mind. I can't remember if it was Neil that was saying this. There's a few people who wanted to see a change in Flat Earth debate. I don't know why that is, I haven't queried it. But you're like, okay, if that's the general sentiment, this is that change. Now, did I ever dream in my wildest dreams that it would be as a consequence of a betrayal from two close friends? No, definitely not. That is the way it's worked out. Just goes to show you can't trust anybody. But when those things happen, they're normally for a good reason. Like, I'd rather it happen now than 3 years from now. So that's one of those things that's given me a kick up the arse to actually write a page-turner rather than a boring reference book. Now, would it have been nice to have had that now to be working through? Yeah, but would I be working through it? Because I could be looking at it going, sod it, shall I just publish it? I'm really poor. Whereas instead, I'm like, I've got to now put my position to an audience, humiliating that it is. But what's that resulted in? Well, people actually giving me money, so I can actually afford to pay my wife to do it. I can't. I'm kind of lying to myself and justifying it. But to a certain extent, I can. You know what I mean? People are definitely giving me money still. They always have supported me in whatever endeavour I've done in Flat Earth. I even said it in the Teams chat yesterday. It's like, moan, 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 life's crap, life's crap. Moan, 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 I've been betrayed, moan, moan, moan. But the people around me have given me so much love and support that it easily counteracts all of it. So I had to thank all the people in the Teams chat and remind them I am so grateful, because but for the people being around me, being so supportive and saying we're behind you 100%. This is terrible that this has happened to you. Just hearing that from people makes you go, my God, it's a really lovely community that I'm not going to, without sounding too big-headed, that I've built around me. I hopefully occasionally get to offer the love back in some small way, but it seems from what people are telling me, they're just grateful for what I do, talking about Flat Earth. And today about conspiracies. The antithesis of what I want to be doing. But there we go. Maybe it's a bit of a release for everyone who wants to talk about this sort of stuff.
Everybody's behind you, Nathan. And as far as lazy, it's not a lazy man that gets up for the past 10 years and starts a show religiously without fail, unless, of course, you're sick or you fall and you get hurt. So a lot of things have happened to you throughout the years. But consistently, it's been to start every freaking morning, my time, and the show goes on. So that's not a lazy man.
No.
Is there any way you could mix the book, a bit of both, reference book and the story of Flat Earth debate, etc.? I think the reference side would be quite useful to a lot of people.
Yeah, I get that. And from what I can glean, I've got most of the information that was done because it's all been recorded. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a couple of recordings, and I'll just admit this, right, where I've put the game up on screen while I'm recording, right? Now, they're going to be a lot harder to transcribe, I'll be honest, as my wife was pointing out to me. But who cares?
I was just saying, Nathan, I was going to say, although it's been a difficult time and you're obviously still going through it financially and stressful, I think this has happened for a good reason, for whatever reason, this has happened to guide things in the right direction. And I also will say, I think the last few weeks on the shows have been really, really enjoyable. I think they've been less stressful. I've noticed a difference in you. I know you may be having difficult times, but you sound a lot happier, a lot more relaxed. And I think people are noticing that, and I think things are changing.
Well, that's just good acting then, on my part. I've never been more miserable and depressed in regards to what's going on in my life. I keep saying it. What's good is the people around me, the community, the subject. There's no stress in Flat Earth for me. The subject itself is stressless. You occasionally get people who try and put a little chink in your armour from the ball side by lying normally. In the comments, I'll be honest, it did piss me off this morning and yesterday evening when I'm reading these people saying, in the comment section, you say Earth's measured flat, but you don't provide any measurements. You're like, all I did throughout the entire show was point out where Earth gets measured flat and how Earth is applied with the flat measurements to ball belief. And then underneath that, you've got, well, you're not naming any names through makes the measurements. I'm like, all the way through the show, I reference my opponents. Well, you never have any debates with these people. I'm talking about how they personally responded to me verbally telling them that they measure Earth flat. In other words, I'm dealing with trolls lying about what's actually in the show. And why are they doing it? Well, because your cursory searcher, your average Joe normie, who's let's be honest, scared of this subject, comes to the video, pauses it, and then reads the comments first. So they get a soft landing into what they're going to potentially be faced by. And if they read in the comments that I'm going to say Earth's measured flat, but I don't provide any proof of that, they're already cognizantly thinking that that's what's going to happen in the video. It's a complete lie, and that does kind of piss me off. But beyond that, and I've probably gone on out more than the actual annoyance level, if you can't tell by my tone, it doesn't annoy me that much. But it's a little irritating. But is it massively contrasted by the fact that, well, can I overcome that? Yeah, really easily. I just put a timestamp in. I can even remember it. I think it was 38 minutes. There's the measurements at the bottom of the screen as I talk about how tiny they are and how we're focused on P900 rather than the measurements of horizontal linear distance being applied in this instance, or the height off surface level. Again, with the word level next to eye level in tiny little type. In other words, can I overcome the objection? Yeah, I can, really easily. Why? Well, because I've spent 10 years in the subject covering what Earth is and how it gets measured. That's why they've got to come to the comments and lie. Therefore, the subject itself doesn't provide much, I won't say any, much stress at all. But I'm being strangled by the algorithm as I grow, and I am still growing. So there was a small period where I started to dip in terms of growth. That's back on track again. Now, maybe it's because of microphone videos. I couldn't care less. The growth has started again. It's back on a nice little, very gentle upward slope. You go, considering the massive dip that everybody took, the fact that I can now show growth, you're like, I'm quite pleased with that. So I'm back on the right tracks, albeit a very, 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 very small incline. Yeah? But that's good. So I'm happy that's happening. However, in spite of the very small growth, at what could be described as the peak of my channel, it's never had more subscribers, more views, more watch time, I'm doing financially worse than ever in terms of the YouTube ad revenue. The bit that the YouTube actually delivers to me, the bit that pays the mortgages, 2 of them. Why have I got 2? Well, because I've been doing this for 10 years, so I've got 2 mortgages now. So it's more of a struggle than when I first started and was getting 300 live stream viewers and constant streams of super chats. Because we talked about dinosaurs and stuff. Mandela effect.
So are you saying that in the comment section they are poisoning the well before anybody gets to even view it?
Shocking, isn't it, Neil? Shocking.
Wow.
I mean, just on the sorry, Neil. Just when they say that you keep, pointing out that the Earth's measured flat, but you don't give any evidence or demonstrations of that. I mean, I can just give approximately 3 weeks ago. I can remember you going through the Al-Biruni measurements in, pretty deep detail of how Al-Biruni measured Earth flat. So I mean, that's not true, is it?
Yeah, it's never truth. It's just you need to poison any cursory viewer who's pausing the video and reading the comments first, which loads of people do. Right, okay, so therefore there's a certain degree of control that can be exercised over the comment section, and they attempt to do exactly that. Now, I'm reasonably vigilant, in spite of the lack of time, because I do want to keep a clean house in my comment section, as much as it frustrates me. Now, after a couple of attempts to correct these idiots, if they continually lie, I will ban them. It's like, no, I've corrected you. You've said there's no point in the video where I reference any measurements. Here's the timestamp. If they then persist, I'll just ban them. Like, you're not going to get away with lying. And I am vigilant enough to, even when YouTube try and hide these comments from me in YouTube Studio, no, I realise I've now got to jump through bloody hoops just to monitor my own frigging comments. Why would that be the case? Because there's a certain degree of power to be wielded in those comments, isn't there? Okay, well, it just means that I have to be even more tired and spend even more time than I want to allocate to that particular task, because there's extra hoops that have been put in place to hide them from me. Well, okay, now I figured that out and I found out how to get to the comments. I still have to reply, and then I have to go and check that they haven't been removed. That's to say, my reply doesn't appear after I've typed it out. Even more irritating. But those are the things that are annoying me. Is that not being able to overcome the argument? Is that me not being able to demonstrate how Earth is actually measured, as per the video they're lying about? No, it isn't. So it's not that I'm frustrated with not being able to win the argument. That's what our opponents have to suffer, isn't it? Now, that's far more mentally draining. So maybe there is a fair divide in terms of the amount of financial compensation, because the stressful bit is being a baller when you're in this arena. Not for Normie. Normie's quite happy just believing he's on a ball, isn't he? But for your Simon Dans and your Craig McNeils, it's incredibly stressful. And they need to address every word we say proactively. Reactively, I should say. They need to react to it all constantly. Don't they?
Yep, they sure do. Sorry, just 1 second, Neil, and then. But I absolutely love, and I don't know why, I absolutely love it when I'm speaking to a person who believes they live on a globe, and they've got they think they've got evidence of that, and then they ask me to present some flat Earth measurements. I'll just quickly ask them, like, what is your main globe proof? Just quickly tell me what it is, and then I'm going to use that as my flat Earth proof. And pound to a pinch of salt, they'll either mention Eratosthenes or Al-Biruni, and they are two flat Earth measurement proofs. So if you just stick to their globe proofs, you'll find that you can offer them and explain how it's not a globe proof, it's a flat Earth measurement and proof of flat Earth. And I just love doing that. I just love it. I don't have to go anywhere else. I don't have to talk about anything else. Just use the globe, so-called globe proofs, and explain how it's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement using surface level and sea level.
You know, with that, not to take any credit away from you doing that, and I do enjoy that too. That is essentially the mentality I have when I go through the comments. It's like, at what point will this commenter use a flat Earth prerequisite? And it doesn't take long. Normally within a comment or two, they're using something that is only applicable to a flat Earth, and I just point that out. Now, it's normally followed by them demanding that I answer the previous question. And I go, okay, if you sink to your knees and accept that, I don't know, North is flat, at which point you realise that I've then done my job and I don't have to do anything else, and me explaining anything is going to be beyond the pale, because you are on your knees acknowledging how North is a flat direction. I'm not going to be explaining how, what's the most recent one? The longitude lines pull in on themselves at the bottom of a ball when you conceptually model the world when travelling south. I go, you realise south is a flat direction. No, but why aren't you explaining longitude lines? Well, are you going to accept X2? In other words, I count off the amount of times I've asked the same thing. You, in your statement about what I don't know how to explain, used a flat Earth prerequisite. Are you going to sink to your knees and acknowledge how flat North is or not? Once you do, my job's done here. In other words, there's nowhere else to go. You're using a flat Earth measurement. So that's my general demeanour when going through the comments, which is probably why they've put a few hoops in the way. right? Because there's no power in the comments if your commenter who's using flat earth prerequisites has it addressed by me that they're using flat earth prerequisites. All the power dissolves from the comment section. If you read through that and go, oh yeah, they can't explain how longitude works. South. And I go, south's flat. And then it's ignored. Exactly like they're claiming I'm doing. I'm ignoring longitude, am I? Well, you're talking about a flat direction. You're going to acknowledge that? Well, you're not explaining longitude. Are you going to acknowledge how flat part of your description is or not? X2. You need to explain longitude. Well, so we're not going to acknowledge how flat south is. X3. And so it goes on, where they're guilty of what they've accused me of doing, which is ignoring something. Well, I've responded to you. In your description, you add the word south. Are you going to acknowledge south on a compass or not?
Yeah, but Nathan, if I'm sent to go to Home Depot down the road here, and I've said, listen, we're doing the luggage section over there, so I need a measurement of it. And I get the measurement, let's say 250 feet by 250 feet. Now, I have the size of it. Now, you say you measure Earth, Nathan. Well, how big is it? Because that's what they're asking. When they're asking you, if you say you have the measurements, then tell us the dimensions of Earth. That's what they want to know.
I'd say draw out a line on Google Earth if you want to get a distance to the known territories. But they are the known territories. And in terms of me being a cartographer that's actually measured this stuff, no, I have not. But all of the applied measurements of Earth are flat. That is to say, if you want to describe, measure, or utilise any of the Earth measurements, they will ipso facto be flat. And then, like one deck does, so one deck flips the burden and says, well, you give me your globe proof and I'll turn it into a flat Earth measurement because that's what you'll be using. And well, I would say the same thing. I'm not measuring Earth at all. Well, do you not? Well, then it's a globe. Okay, well, have you got that as a belief? Where did you get that from? Exactly. And so it continues. You laugh because that's the point that they'll have to measure something. But me, I was like, well, if you really want to push and get it to come to shove, well, do I know how big Earth is? No. Like I explained yesterday, why would I know that? I mean, I know it's measured flat by everyone always and without exception, but knowing that it's measured flat doesn't mean I know the size of the flat plane we're measuring, but I do know we're measuring it flat.
Right. Now you can tell them to go to the maps, right? The maps are all flat. You hit it right in the head, the known territories, what we know. They're all right there in the map.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to draw a line across the entire known surface of Earth in Google Maps, you can. You can draw a straight line from A to B across all of it. And then it'll give you an elevation profile with respect to a horizontal plane of reference and show you all of the deviations up and down with respect to that plane of reference. In other words, it's flat. Exactly as the measurements show. Now you can say, well, they haven't measured it, so you're going to relinquish these measurements then. Okay, no worries, you can do that.
You can, Neil, just, well, how big is it? Well, one thing we can tell you is from the, the zenith of Polaris to the equator is 5,400 nautical miles, measured using sea level. So that's a fact, And then what makes me laugh with some of these people who think they live on a globe, when you talk about latitude, they'll tell you, well, latitude was measured from the equator. Now, it wasn't. That's how the equator mark came into existence, by measuring the elevation angle in the first instance, with Polaris straight over your head, 19, and moving away from Polaris every degree, 60 nautical miles. And when you got to the point where Polaris seemed to be touching the horizon, which isn't a physical location, and disappearing, you can no longer get an elevation angle to it. That point then was called the equator. So that it came to about because of elevation angle measurements. It wasn't used for measuring latitude. Latitude discovered that point with flat Earth elevation angle measurements.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's all measured flat. And the Greeks all knew that.
A lot of people are expecting your show to fall down, Nathan. So you got to stay strong and persevere.
I've got to say that again. People are expecting the show to go under. No.
Absolutely. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I should include that in what I'm writing currently. Well, what I'm actually writing is a thank you to Len. Anyway, the subject is evergreen. Never not going to be a perceived debate, is there?
No, but you can only take so many knife wounds in the back before you bleed out. So I think that's what they're hoping on.
Not at all. I mean, I prefer the bee sting analogy. This is just another couple of bee stings. I've had so many bee stings that, yeah, they still sting. Yeah, they still hurt. But do I care? I just bat them off and carry on. So, what's his name and QE? I mean, I've almost forgotten them. Frankly, I'm already cracking on doing other stuff. And it's better for it. Now, has it set me back? Yeah. Will they go down in history as a couple of total wankers? Yeah. That's their penance, not mine. Isn't it, Neil?
Absolutely. It's their cross to bear now.
I mean, I don't know if you, obviously you've got bits and pieces, like you say, with the video game and reconfiguring the words in the book, but that might be just a good thing, like I said earlier. And you could maybe add some more into this book now, not on a slangy match type of thing, but you can now go over it yourself as your book, as it always was and is. And just a quick question: would you ever, is any thoughts of, or is it possible, or would you even consider changing the name of the book?
The book title's not that relevant. I mean, once I've got a general idea of how the book pads out, that's to say, my overarching story from the last 11 years gets weaved in between whatever gets transcribed from the videos that my wife's currently doing. That's to say, once the 5th draft that's been stolen, that's to say the Word document was stolen by Adam and Quantum Eraser, once that's been put back into my possession through transcription, that's to say my wife's work, I'll then have a 5th draft to continue working on. That's to say my work can continue. Now at the moment, it's quite frustrating. Don't get me wrong, I am having to sit and listen to Adam and QE waffle while Adam gets told to shut the F up constantly and treated like utter dirt. Those two will end up falling out. There's no honour amongst thieves. Anyway, that aside, while I'm listening back because my wife's transcribing it, there's nothing for me to do. It's just watching what they've taken possession of in the vain hope that they can blackmail me with it. It's like, no, it just means that my wife's got to now sit and transcribe the stupid stuff from videos I've recorded while I have to listen to it in the background, being powerless to do anything. Because once that's essentially the 5th draft, once I've got the 5th draft back, I can then start working on it again, right? But in the meantime, I'm kind of twiddling my thumbs and bleeding money. So I've just sent a message back saying, thank you for that money, it's going straight to my wife, which it will. But, you know, there's no other way to currently incentivise her to transcribe those videos. How else am I going to, if she's like, well, no, I need to pay my bills too, so, you know, I need to do this overtime. I'm like, no, I really do want you to be transcribing this book back, so I've got the 5th draft within my possession. Now, I tried, while you were apologising earlier about making those videos, I was trying to get them to do the right thing and return it to me so I wouldn't have to do this work. And I set a deadline, told them it, I was very honest. Like, if I have to start doing that work, I will disown you two. Now, you didn't know that, but that's what was going on when you were releasing those videos about buy my book. I was hoping they'd do the right thing. They didn't. They continued to try and extort me and blackmail me. And you're like, okay, well, then I've got to just retain it of my own volition because I've recorded it on videos. I don't have... When someone was like, have you not got a Word document? No, I didn't. I mean, I record everything. So... you know, I've still got all of the information. There are a couple of gaps that will be there because of me playing Fortnite. And I'll just put my hands in the air and say, yeah, I'm sorry. That's my fault. You know, I was playing a game. And why was I playing a game? Well, I'll tell you why. because it was bloody boring. Yeah? QE's words are boring. When you read them back, my wife was she was pointing me, she's like, listen to this. Oh my God, this is so dull. Like, no wonder I ended up playing games. You're like, yeah, it's going to need a hell of a lot of work. But if I hadn't been sat in front of my wife transcribing it, maybe I wouldn't have realised that, and it had just gone out and been boring and wouldn't be a page turner. Therefore, people wouldn't have picked it up. She was like, if I read this is what my wife said to me, Paula, her name is. She's like, if I read this, I wouldn't get past the first paragraph. I'd be so bored, I'd put it back down and I'd never pick it up. And it wouldn't matter how much you told me I needed to read it. I'd be like, nah, I have limited time to read books, and if I do read one, I want it to be good. I need it to engage me from the first sentence. And if I'm not hooked after that third sentence, I'll put it down and never pick it up again. So you need that to be this book. And I'm like, from what I'm transcribing, this don't have that je ne sais quoi, I'm afraid. This would not be a page turner. You're like, well, what does that ultimately mean? What's she telling me? This won't sell. It'll sell to the devoted group that have lined up to get it, that like Flat Earth Debate. But I want to sell to everyone. And the only way you get that to be the case is you have a page turner, something that's enthralling, that's exciting, that has a lot of characters in it, doing exciting character things. And then you have to subtly weave in the information I was hoping to still have in my possession that I'm having to get my wife to transcribe. Don't take credit away from my wife, heaven forbid. But I thought I'd have that to interweave a decent story in. But maybe I wouldn't be thinking that way if they hadn't betrayed me. So these things work out the way they do and have for a reason.
Here. And I was, you just took the words right out of my mouth. That first thing, anything with the video over the top wasn't meant to be in there. And I was also thinking just before you said it, you need the book to sort of capture your imagination. And like Paula said, you need to be reading it and think, this is bloody interesting stuff, this. I'm going to, when you get a book where you can't stop reading, you're turning chapter for chapter. I need some more info. This is absolutely fantastic. And you'll even go back to the chapter you've just read to read it again because it was so magnificently written. Well, that's what you want.
Well, she told me to... Yeah. She rattled off some various different points in my personal history. Obviously, my wife's been there every step of the way, so she can vaguely at least remember various different things that have happened along the way. And so, like I say, last night while she was transcribing, she's like, well, why don't you give me an anecdote about this and insert it in this part of the book? I'm like, fine, wrote it in notes, went and wrote it while I was at my eldest daughter's art class, who sat next to me listening to this conversation, so no swearing. But I'll just read off a little bit of what I rattled off. I mean, this is purely rough draft, right? We later went with Martin to his hometown of Cardiff, where my wife and newborn baby Eleanor saw Martin in his mother's cottage. Martin regaled us of stories of ancient monsters shown on the maps the former world had hidden from view. During this interaction, Martin's mother, who looked very frail and until then had remained silent, said in a very clear voice, "Doesn't he talk a lot of shite?" End quite. Hilariously breaking the tone of the meeting in a very memorable way. Now that's what may not become an anecdote for the book, but it's just something that hopefully grabs people's attention and is an amusing anecdote about an interaction where the maps, the focus of the story, and ultimately in that story I will reference how maps have got a flat scale in them in a very passing way early on in the book. But then later in chapters where it's detailing explicitly why maps have got a flat scale, horizontal distance measurement, etc., etc., it's already been cemented in your mind from early on in the book when I'm giving you an anecdote about early trips to the cathedral where the Map of Monday was. And Martin's mom and that very memorable, "Doesn't he talk a lot of shite?" quote from her while we were in his cottage, or her cottage, looking at all the different maps. That then rolls into talking about the quadrupole map that Cammy and Bob Nodell, rest his soul, developed back in the day because we all felt we were obliged to come up with maps and models to fulfill the audience that were demanding that we as flat earthers should have such things. Now, we've got a very different attitude now, and that sort of anecdotal information about how our path has been littered from the start is why we had today's show the way it ran, because I'm reminiscing about how my path through this subject matter was the way it was. Now, based on the reaction from you guys alone, you all love talking about this stuff. So I can only imagine that if someone was reading my book and they came across an excerpt about this sort of event, Conspiratardia, maps and old Mappamundi and trips to flat earth meetups, how that would be more engaging than seeing a load of formulas and links in a reference book. Therefore, might actually become a page turner that sells.
Yeah, defo. That sounds great. And yeah, I think maybe I've not read the book. Obviously, I wasn't involved with any of the book meetings, but it's a reference book. But you can imagine, obviously, and I'm not calling anybody, with QE and Adam, that it will be just what it'll be like. No, this, that, gravity. This is how you deal with that argument. There is no argument. This is what we're saying now. It's not an argument to be fighting about, you know. So I think maybe that that was sort of the personality of the book, was to be how to argue a case, which you've been arguing for 10 years. It's changed now.
Yes, absolutely correct. Now, that was always in the forefront of my mind while they were doing it, and I was admittedly playing video games during the recordings. But nevertheless, there was at some point a change in the title. So it went from the ultimate reference to All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth to Welcome to Flat Earth. In other words, there's been all sorts of different titles that have been ascribed to the various different drafts of the book. Well, why? Well, because the tone changes as we are working on it. So we go from, we've got Flat Earth Ninjery in terms of how we overcome our opponent's arguments that are hinging on ball belief and how to overcome it based on their rhetoric of things like gravity, as you've just described. But we have a very different show attitude these days. And it did alter while it was being drafted. It's been 2 years in the process. So obviously our rhetoric's going to change along the way, which means that does ultimately set things back as well. Hence there's been so many drafts. You go, yeah, that's how things alter over time. But in my humble opinion, we've never reached a stronger point in time for argumentation. Is it 100% refined? No, it probably never will be. And at some point you have to say, no, we will draw a line under it here, and that's when obviously the book gets published with holdbacks, things holding you back and all. But all these things happen for a reason. Go ahead, Jin.
Sorry, no, I've got a couple of questions. I was going to ask you one. Can we say that your book has been booknapped and it's being held hostage? Can we say that?
Well, no, not exactly. So what they've booknapped, love it, is the Word document that was being worked on at the time. Now, was I collating a Word document? No, I trusted Adam to do that, and he betrayed me and tried to extort from me with that in his possession. Now, as I've said, I can just go through and transcribe it from the videos. It's no big deal. Not only that, I don't know if you guys have heard a few rumours that there's a leaked copy out there. Whoever's off mute, can you go on mute?
Yeah, sorry, that's me.
There's a leaked copy out there. Why is that? Well, because I, not in a million years thinking it would be QE and Adam I'd have to use this against, but periodically published sections to an audience. So there's bits and bobs as we've gone along that I've actually published. So there's a trail of my publishing my material. So should someone come along and say it's theirs, I can stand in front of a judge and say, here's the video, here's the material, here it is with a publication date, it is mine. There's a trail. So should, I can't believe I'm going to say this, my former friends decide to plagiarise my material on the basis that they were writing it in my conceptual workshop, I've already published it. That would be the 5th draft, not my book. And I've said this to a few people. The book doesn't exist yet. It will exist when I damn well say it exists, because I'll be the one who has the final say on it. That's why I said no when they asked for co-authorship. Why? Because you've worked on one of the drafts that you're now holding hostage. No. But you can relinquish all friendship and ties to all things that are flat earth debate from this point forth, you pair of scumbags. You'll go down in history, your swan song will be the theft of my 5th draft. That doesn't mean I've lost possession of it. There's a, quote, leaked copy out there. Who do you think leaked it? Me! So that I had a trail to show should someone try and fuck me over. Well, they did try and fuck me over. And that's why there's various different bits of the 5th draft already out in circulation. Now, is the 5th draft my book? Nah. It was going to be, if I had it in my possession now, what I worked from to make the 6th and final, hopefully, draft that gets published with my name on it. So, like I say, should there be any plagiarism from the scumbags that have stolen from me, yeah, they'll find out what happens. Yeah, I had my ducks well and truly in a row before they came along. Because I've been fucked over many a time in the past and I've learnt from my mistakes. Now, you don't expect that it's going to be your friends that fuck you over. But when they do, you go, you can suck my balls. No, you can't have what you're demanding by way of extortion. No, hopefully you get arrested for extorting me and trying to thieve from me, which is what they've done. And they will go down in history as abject scumbags because that is precisely what they are. Now, as one deck put it, is there going to be chunks that could have been better in terms of the factual information? Maybe. Maybe they're lost to me getting Victory Royale. But that's how that obviously wasn't meant to be. You know, that's those bits. Maybe they can plagiarise them because I haven't got a documented account of them, or if I have, it's got, you know, speech only and video game on top. But you know, whatever I get is whatever I get. If I lose 25% of the work that they did over the last 12 months in my company with my supervision for my benefit, then so be it. That's just the way life works out sometimes when you've got scumbags that are pretending to be your friends.
Yeah, somehow they're not getting that part, Nathan. The part they're pushing on is what triggered this all was, you played the show maybe last week. It was when you and Adam were going at it. He was trying to play baller and how you would answer questions with the book. He was like, hey, that's chapter 4. I knew something was in the midst right there. But the thing is, you keep saying your book, your book, your book. That really pissed them off. But I want to know, what were you supposed to say? I mean, it's your book. Were you
So what you're saying is they were getting more and more annoyed with me pointing out that it's mine?
Yes.
So then they decided
exactly.
to steal it.
Absolutely, because what are you supposed to say? Are you supposed to say my book that Adam and Q are helping me with, or their book that I'm just putting my name on? When it's your book, always been the case.
What about
from
the
day one.
book? The book.
It isn't
Yeah,
just
they
the
would have
book.
probably got mad if you would have said the book, but then it's not. Then Nathan's not taking ownership of it.
I have to take ownership of it. It's mine. Like Brian was like, oh, well, they started at one point and said it was a completely new book because they didn't like the draft that Chuck and I, my publisher, had made up until that point. I'm like, okay. So because you don't like the previous draft and you're saying that you're going to start afresh, it suddenly becomes yours. No, it's still the exact same story of the housekeeping questions and flat earth debate, a la my story, interjected with factual information that they were offering and demanding gratitude for. Well, okay. At the point that they're helping me with my book, as was absolutely the understanding that everybody was in no misapprehension about. And it's been asked several times, was anybody under the misapprehension that they were coming into my workshop with my name over the door to work on anyone other than my book? And the answer's no. But it pissed them off that I kept calling it my book. Oh, right. Well, as 10th Man pointed out, if you didn't like how much work you were doing for me, that's for Nathan Oakley, walk away. Don't continue to work and then steal it. But that's what they did. I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up. But that's how it worked out. Now, will I be able to hold my head up high at the end of this? Absolutely. Will they scurry along for a time and then scurry back? Scurry, I think the word is. Scurry back and say, oh, we worked really hard. It's ours. Yeah, they probably will. And maybe people will believe them. I don't care. My book will still come out and it'll still be with my name on the front of it, like it was always intended to be, regardless of how pissed off someone's got because they feel they've done a lot of work on the 5th draft.
Yeah, that was my point. It's always been your book. everybody knew that, so there was no nobody misleading anybody. I always thought it was your book, and everybody was helping you with it, plain and simple. Now you can get upset when Nathan says on the air that it's his book and he has no ghostwriters or whatever. That whole thing was set up, and it's very weird to me how from that moment on, attitudes started changing.
The thing is, just a quick, we all know what's happened, and we're talking about it now. I don't think we should dwell too much on what we all know, really. I mean, we know, the people who've done what they've done could not have been friends in the first place. Simple as that. I've got friends, and there's certain things you don't go over that line. And we can go on and on and on and on about this. But just before we've just got into this little 5-minute segment of that, I think the conversation was going well. Nathan's looking at new stuff. Paul is involved with the things with the video on that's coming out of it. There may be some difference in the book. It's all positive-ish.
Yes.
It's going to happen and it's going to come out. So let's concentrate on that.
Absolutely.
You know what?
Well, from that
I've got a question regarding.
Hold on, everyone.
Got
Just
a
stop a
question
second. Just want to address what Wandek said. Yeah, from that point of view, again, I set myself little internal deadlines. That is to say, this kind of discussion, I'll just allow or tolerate or engage myself with till a certain date. And then it's like, no, this is kind of last week's news now. I'm not saying it's in a week's time. I won't just divulge the date. But in my mind, I've got an arbitrary date set that I'm like, no, beyond that point, this is old news. But at the moment, it's not old news, right? This is very much prevalent. People do want to talk about it. And rather than say, no, I've moved on, no, that's not fair, right? Because, again, the same principle applies. So many people have been involved in this process and feel personally attached to it. Now, it doesn't mean they're going to steal it from me, but they ultimately do deserve explanations and discussion about it. Furthermore, this is about as salacious as it gets, right? This sexed up the ending of my book no end. Mae West would be blushing.
When I first heard it, the first thing I thought of, I'm going to be serious with you. I said to myself, wow, now Nathan's going to be real resilient here and get really busy, and this book is going to be even better. That's what I thought in my mind.
That's what's happened. Precisely that. Get to work. Exactly that. Now, when you say that, my enthusiasm level and discussion level and my creative juices may be flowing, but I'm scraping the arms of my chair with my nails because there's nothing I can do till I've got the 5th draft back in my possession. Now, from that perspective, they've been moderately effective at slowing me down and costing me money. Now, they've done that at my absolute poorest, which pisses me off greatly. But it just becomes an interesting anecdote at the end of the book, doesn't it? All right, everyone loves a good betrayal story. Fantastic.
Yeah, I was going to ask a question on the ridiculing of flat Earth. Did you touch upon that in the book? I want to draw your attention to the video I posted a few moments ago. Benson Hedges, Hamlet cigar. The character is Columbus, and they're arguing whether they're going to fall over the edge. The guy in the crow's nest says, "Captain, it's the edge of the world." The signature tune of the Hamlet advertising, signature tune. Columbus smokes a cigarette as the ship go over. Now, that's main media ridiculing flat Earth. And did you touch upon that in the book, where flat Earth has been ridiculed throughout the media, throughout our lives? Did you touch on that at all?
When you say did I, you're speaking in past tense when it's future tense. So what I will now do to my notes is add a little note that says, Jin wants the ridicule addressed.
Angle. Yeah.
Ridicule angle
of that.
Nice.
Yeah.
No worries.
I posted the video.
No worries. I've added it
from
to
1979.
Jin, I'm answering you.
Good.
Chill. Yes, I've added it to my notes. Now, yeah, there's a good chance that the ridicule was already in, I don't know, perhaps it's in the 5th draft. It hasn't all been transcribed yet. If it is, then great, I'll lean into it with an anecdote. If not, I'll come up with an anecdote. Job's a good one. You forgot the strap line. That's one thing. Jin forgot the bleeding strap line. The strap line, and I've never seen that advert, but I don't know how the advert ends. So he's going over the edge in the crow's nest
Yeah.
smoking a Hamlet cigar with the advertising slogan, "Happiness is a cigar called Hamlet."
Cigar called Hamlet, of course. That's it. Everything is okay. No matter what's going down, when you have your Hamlet, everything will be okay. So you should be smoking a Hamlet cigar right now.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. Okay, yeah, I thought it was a great angle because it's been part of that all through our lives. That's how we were distracted from it because it was always ridiculed. Thank you very much. Good point you made there.
That was what I was trying to make to you earlier. I was saying, but when we talk about the various different subjects within the confines of the sky vacuum or whatever, it opens us up to ridicule. Therefore, we're part of that. We're part of the system.
Not
we're
really,
useful
no.
tools, useful
No,
idiots.
I don't see that angle.
I do.
I don't see that angle at all. I'm not a useful idiot for anybody, not the way I deliver it. I'm sorry. I've never accepted that.
When you go through that chapter, you know, you will feel that way, and I just don't want you to hate me when I make you feel that way. But let's put it on me instead of Eugene. There are often times when I assess what I've done in my flat earth career and go, what a useful idiot I was. The Feast of Nonsense is the exemplification of what I'm talking about here. And as much as you might not like hearing it, the moon landing is very much in that category of Feast of Nonsense. Sorry. My camera included.
Okay. Well, yeah. I can agree to that. I can agree to that.
Oh, well, I'm very pleased to hear it, Jim. Go ahead, Eli.
I just wanted the mic check. Something wrong with my mic? Because I was trying to get in before.
We didn't hear you.
Yeah. We've not.
As long as this player
is not.
Yeah. How you gonna reject the? Now the point you just made. Nathan's like, yeah, that's the point I was trying to make to you earlier. So it's like, disagree. You agree. You just don't like it.
Oh, Nathan.
That was excellently made, completely clear to Eli.
No,
Thank God.
It's not that at all. It's just that the way I address the points when these Globers are so adamant they've gone, it's just that you show them practical demonstrations that have been done to disprove their fucking beliefs. That's all it is. Simple as that. I'm not being a useful idiot to anyone. I'm not leaving the door open to anyone. I'm closing the door and locking them in and then setting it on fire. There you go. Sorry. I don't see that point.
Well,
Jin, there's only one Jin.
Unfortunately, it's harder said than because it's easy to take a measurement and go, oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, it is.
Just becomes more and more of an uphill battle. Now, you know what I found out, guys?
What?
That the Earth is flat?
They keep on trying to propose to us that flat Earth is an archaic thought. Right?
Yeah, it's right under the videos.
Yeah.
It's right under each and every one of my live streams. Flat Earth is an archaic belief based on an archaic model.
It's a measurement.
Walk with me. Did you know that from the beginning of navigation, they had everything they needed to propose that the Earth was a sphere? From the very beginning.
You mean all the flat Earth measurements?
Yet more to that, the number that they could have used to assume that the Earth is a sphere, like Eratosthenes supposedly did. Because all he did is extrapolate. No, let me not. The numbers he got is the same numbers you get in celestial navigation if you take an assumption.
That's correct.
60 nautical miles equals 1 degree. And there's 360 degrees in a circle, you get 3959. So why are they acting like they didn't already know that?
Because it was never highlighted. It was never pointed out to your average normie that you're utilizing flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements, in this instance, your example, declination of Polaris towards the equator, to give you a radius of 3959 on a flat circle, to then make that a spherical circle on a plane with Polaris no longer just the north direction flat, but actually a pole running through a globe. That's never explained explicitly. You just told that latitude is a line wrapped around the globe, as opposed to an angle from within the globe with the globe as a protractor. We are pointing these things out. It's never made prevalent to your average normie. They just think that the latitude lines are a measurable globe Earth system because it's wrapped around a globe on the desk on the counter of your school teacher.
Well, I would push back and say it's not a globe. It's a circle that actually moves, respective of where you need it to move. You're on top of a circle. I don't know where the steer comes from.
Well, it comes from like a concertina. So if you've got your system that you just described, Polaris being the zenith center position, i.e. it's at 90 degrees above your head when you're directly below Polaris, as you already ascribed and described quite accurately, you back away from it 1 degree gives you 60 nautical miles, or 69 statute miles. Well, as you back away, each time you back away, you're backing away on a flat surface because you're taking multiple elevation angles. But if you imagine that each circle that you draw for each degree that you back away from Polaris with gives you a circle that could be put on top of the next circle. Well, then as you go down the latitude grid, you're creating a sphere from those flat circles. And those lines are very literally the lines that wrap around the globe.
Well, you say it creates a globe. But yes, ultimately, in the end, when you're trying to figure out where you are, you're on a point at the edge of a circle.
Yes. A circle of equal elevation. Yeah, what you're creating is circles of equal elevation with Polaris. That's all the latitude system is. Multiple circles of equal elevation, all on the same plane. So you're talking about concentric circles. The outside edge being the equator, and then as you move from the equator in 60 nautical miles, Polaris will rise 1 degree. Off a plane. That means that when you reach its zenith position, that's you below Polaris, all you've done is moved along, drawing lots of circles inside each inside the next, but each of them are just flat circles. But if you imagine that was like one of those lamps that it starts off flat packed and then you drag it down, that's what they've done. They've dragged the circles down to make a lamp-like globe from the flat circles of equal elevation that form the latitude grid.
Or like a wiffle ball.
I don't know what that is, but yeah, I'd say like one of those paper lamps you used to have in the 80s.
Do they have like lines in them?
Yeah, you've got like loads of different ribs that run along it, so you can squash it flat, and then when you get it home, you pull it and it puffs out into a big ball, but it's just lots of flat circles initially. Well, that's your latitude lines being measured with respect to Polaris's position, the outside edge being the equator where it hits the horizon. And then as you move in 1 degree, the Polaris star rises from the horizon 1 degree. And so on and so forth until you get it at your zenith position. Well, each and every time you moved in 60 nautical miles, you're drawing a slightly smaller circle on a flat plane.
Hey guys, I found something interesting when I was doing that.
Just one sec. Just let Eli round out his point, and then we'll come back to you. Is it Walker? Okay.
So
Jay Walker? Yeah, Eli.
This is one that, like, it's unfortunately not super straightforward because if you were to take the distance, like if you were to Google the distance from say Polaris to the equator, for whatever reason, it's not 3959.
Your point being?
My point being is that if the distance from Polaris to the equator is not give me a second to think about it. Give me a
Fine.
second.
I mean,
Answer the
what I
other
would do if you were a baller is stop
mean,
you and go, but the distance you're going to ascribe in this description that presumably going to put on my back to explain, which I'm not going to do, the distance will be a linear horizontal distance in statute or nautical miles.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
And it won't come up. And it won't
just
come
so we
up
don't brush
to-
past it, hold on. So the distance
Sorry.
will be flat.
And it won't come up to 3959, right?
Right, yeah, I get that. I got you the first time.
However, but here's my point. However, as murky as that may be, why doesn't it match when a nautical mile is supposed to be representative of the surface?
I don't know. I'm not
So
a
why doesn't
cartographer. It's a fair question.
anyway.
It's just you and I won't have an answer because we're not cartographers and we didn't create that system, did we?
But I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
I do.
When the Globers respond, oh, the reason we know it's not flat is because it's more of this nautical mile that I already told you ties to this surface.
Yeah, I got that. And I said, but the nautical mile itself is a flat, linear, horizontal distance measurement, isn't it?
It is.
Right,
They
so
do
that's
say
where... Just stop.
that it's
Just stop. That's where my job's done. So Earth got measured flat then.
Yeah, see, this is why you're missing my point.
I'm not missing any point.
That's the tragedy of it. Well, so then throw it back to me.
I don't have an answer. I can't tell you why it doesn't make 39.59
Not answer,
when you
throw
reach...
my
I'm
point
answering
back
you.
to me, not
I'm answering
answer.
you. I can't give you an answer about why it does not match the 39.59 radial value ascribed to a ball. What I can tell you is the measurement is flat. Ergo, Earth is measured flat for the latitude system.
So you know I do understand that. And I'm still saying you didn't get my point. So you must have missed something, right?
No, I haven't.
Because I do understand that. What I'm saying is they talk out of both sides of their mouth. They will say that nautical miles are linear. They will also say a nautical mile is really an arc segment. That's why it conforms to the curvature of a surface. It can't be both things.
No, it can be. So it's just not that the nautical mile is an arc second. It's the degree measurement with respect to a planar surface that you measure of the declination of the star that you can call an arc second, because that's the outside edge of the protractor you're measuring with. But your measurement is two straight lines meeting at a vertex. That's why I call the globe Earth a glorified protractor. The arc second you're describing is the equatorial plane with a measurement to Polaris. That's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. The angle is the latitude. Now, if you then take the outside edge of a protractor that forms as you move towards Polaris, measuring angles to it as you do so, you can create a protractor around your position with 90 being the zenith position of Polaris, making the outside edge and the arc seconds the outside edge of the protractor you measured with. Now, if you then paint a ball onto a spherical version of that protractor, you end up with the latitude lines wrapped around the ball. Make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Right, but that doesn't... Let me just get... There's one more thing. That still doesn't answer the question you put to me, which is why doesn't it equal 39.59? And I can't give you an answer to that, in spite of being able to describe how the measurement process for the angle acquisition, that's your measurement of Polaris in the first instance, is an elevation angle measurement, and the distance ascribed along the ground, represented by the horizontal line measured to the GP of Polaris, is horizontal and linear along the equatorial plane to derive your circles of equal elevation with Polaris. So you've got a flat distance and two lines, that's the angle that you measured to get it with, elevation angle. Now, when they say, well, no, it's an arc second, no, where did you get the measurement to create the outside edge of that arc that you're now calling the ball surface with your lines wrapped around it? Well, with this that's on screen now for you in the Hangout, if this light is the Polaris star that we're describing, You're talking about elevation angle measurements to it off a flat plane to derive the arc that would wrap around you. Yeah? So if this is Polaris and you're measuring your angle, this in this instance 45 degrees, you can imagine that what you're actually doing is wrapping a protractor around that position. Make sense? Well, if you then paint a globe onto that protractor, you can call the measured angle the arc second on the surface of the protractor you're creating, with the ever decreasing circles as you move towards Polaris's position. Make sense?
Yep, I'm following.
Doesn't answer you, though. I don't know why it's not 39.59.
Sorry, mate. I thought we changed the 60 nautical miles to 7 1-decks, mate.
7 1-decks. Well, that's why they hide it. This is Brian's area of expertise in terms of where they hid the differential. Your discrepancy is not unknown, and one of the ways they hide it is by giving you two values, nautical and statute.
But is that our measurement, 39.59?
No. That's why I'm saying I don't have to explain it, Neil. Exactly what I'm telling Eli. Well, why? I don't know why it doesn't match. Why is it two different values? I don't know. Who cares? The angle measured to acquire it is flat. It's an elevation angle. And the end result in distance is horizontal and linear. So you, for your globe, if you're going to make one from Polaris measurements, require flat Earth measurements of angles and flat Earth linear distances. So who cares?
Further to that, so I stumble upon this by looking deeper into it. Like, why did they need the globe? It turns out they don't need the globe at all. I mean, the celestial sphere has an infinite radius, but more, I guess, succinct for the audience, they don't actually need 3,959 miles as a radius. They don't need that at all. So when they're telling you, oh, it matches the globe of 3959, because when you're on this position on the surface and you're looking at these angles from the stars, you can picture them as, being so big that they're giving you, parallel light or whatever it is. Regardless of all of that, the radius that they told you that the Earth is not useful in any way. Not necessary. So
no, they're handcuffed to that.
No, but no. When you do 60 nautical miles per degree, that's from an elevation angle measurement.
Yes.
Now the 3959 comes from, taking whatever circumference that makes and extrapolating it out from that. But you don't actually use 3959 for anything. You can't even use it to validate that it's a globe.
Correct. It's a flat planar measurement, a flat planar distance. Yes, that's correct, Eli. What's it useful for? Well, I mean, you could argue it's useful for describing the absolute extremity of Polaris, actually known as the equator. Now, your then objection is, well, it doesn't actually match 39.59 miles. No, well, you'll have to hide that somehow. So they do. But they are hiding it with their use of planar measurements, presumably just to aid confusion when it comes to their hijacking of flat Earth measurements, which they can only use, in this instance, Polaris measurement, in this instance, elevation angle measurement of Polaris, and derivation of 1 degree transferable to 60 nautical miles along the ground for every degree of declination. Flat.
It's kind of like, in my mind, because I guess I'm scratching the surface of something. And in my mind, it's akin to when, Globers say, oh, your AE projection is wrong. No, you must have interpreted it wrong somewhere, because it's just one map of many, one projection of many, all come from the same angular measurements and then input into that system somehow. Like, so it's not like this is wrong and that's right. They're all the same. It just depends on how you interpret it. But the measurements are the same. So it's like, how can somebody say, well, your AE map is wrong? In the same way, they'll say, well, these distances are wrong. I'm like, but how could they be wrong when you just told me that nautical miles are this? So you're saying you're wrong then?
Yes, yeah. What you're sort of skirting around is the rock and hard place, which is you use these measurements for your belief in a ball, and these measurements are flat. Now, either you sink to your knees and acknowledge how flat these measurements are, or you relinquish your measurements. Those are your choices. But you need to tell me why 39 feet. No, I don't. I'm not using these measurements. Now, the measurements are all flat, and I'll point that out all day long. But if you, a baller, want to use measurements to claim you're on a ball, they will be flat. Or you can relinquish them. Those are the only two options. Me, I don't care. I know Earth's measured flat by everyone always and without exception. Do I need to apply them to maps? I didn't make the map. That's not my map. What's wrong? Yeah, well, maybe we should get better cartography done. It's probably because we're all being lied to about being on a ball, but I didn't do that. It doesn't change that to do that we need to measure Earth flat, though. And we do. And there aren't any exceptions to those flat measurements. At which point, my jobs are good and I've done what I need to do. I started off not being able to prove Earth's flat. Now I can. With the measurements of Earth, they were always being used flat. The entire magic trick was making us not realise that all measurements are flat, regardless if you try and create a ball with them or not. As long as nobody actually acknowledges how the measurements are made flat, then the argument can continue. Well, maybe it's a ball. What with the use of flat Earth measurements? Well, maybe it's flat. What with this horrible map that's wrong? That's not a game I'm going to play anymore. Let's just look at the measurements that you want to appeal to. Oh, you don't like appealing to them now you've realised they're flat? Well, then don't appeal to them. Oh, you do want to appeal to them to believe in a ball? Well, you better get on your knees and acknowledge how flat they are. You don't like acknowledging how flat you're measuring Earth? I don't care. Don't acknowledge it. It just means you haven't got any measurements anymore. Here we go. This is the latitude grid on screen. Can you see this, Eli? As you back away from this position, this is you measuring Polaris at your zenith 90 degrees to your position. You back away, it drops towards the horizon 1 degree. Back away, drops towards the horizon. Back away, drops towards the horizon. Back away, drops towards the horizon. All you're doing is measuring circles of equal elevation around your position, getting ever bigger as you back away from Polaris. They're all flat and they're all on this section that you can see. A section of the equatorial plane. That's how you're measuring Polaris, this star, which is at this point directly above you, 90 degrees to your position, zenith. 60 nautical miles, it's dropped 1 degree, it's moved towards the horizon, with a flat measurement along the surface level and up to the star. You back away again, it drops again another degree. You back away again, until eventually this star is on the horizon. When you measure it from this position. That's the equator. On a flat plane. But what you've ended up with is drawing multiple circles of equal elevation by using Polaris, and it's dropping towards the horizon. Once you've made all of those measurements flat, you can then draw each circle around this ball. But all the ball then represents is the angles you measured through like a giant protractor. And that's the degrees of latitude that they write on the ball. Now, the south is a complete mess. So when people come and say, you can't explain why the longitude lines meet at the bottom, well, what you end up with is a load of distorted countries that have got weird time zones that don't make any sense anymore. But again, that's not my system. I haven't created that. I'm not going to apologise for it. And saying I can't explain it, well, show me a map that does. Oh, none of them do. Yeah, that's because we've bastardised flat Earth measurements into 2 hemispheres and then plonked them antipodal from one another. One being inferred to have a position in the sky that all the stars rotate around in the south, and then antipodal, all of the stars rotating around Polaris in the north. North and south being flat planar directions, and the elevation angle measurements for the north system being 1 degree of declination for every nautical mile. For every 60 nautical miles that you move away from Polaris' zenith, creating the outside edge at 0 degrees, called the equator. all of which is only measured and with respect to a flat plane until you concertina all of those circles around a globe, making the globe a glorified protractor.
Can I just say something? So, I mean, just quickly on Eratosthenes. So, he is in the first instance, flat Earth elevation angle measurement was that. He had to presume then a 360-degree sphere, which he didn't have, and do some mathematics. So maybe come up with the 3959, but he's had to do a lot of presuming for that. Going back to the latitude measurements, which is a physical measurement using sea level to Polaris, to and from that point, then that was given a calculated 60 nautical miles per degree, which is just a calculation. Now that might not match up to Eratosthenes' presumption that we live on a sphere, therefore he's going to do some mathematics for the 3959, but none of that's irrelevant anyway, because in both instances they're measuring Earth flat using elevation angles.
Right.
This has been some show today.
Yeah, we've been going.
Can I chime in about the?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot all about you. I'm really
experiment?
sorry. Go ahead, Jay Walker.
Yeah. So I've done a little deep dive. I was looking at the Eratosthenes experiment, and just like the Polaris, like you were describing, Nathan, how you look at Polaris and you move away a degree and you move 60 nautical miles. It's actually the same thing that Eratosthenes' experiment was doing as well. So, like when they supposedly made the observation in Syene, right? Whereas at 90, if they move 60 nautical miles, or 69 statute away, then the sun drops 1 degree. Do 500 miles, right? It drops 7.2 degrees. That's the magical number.
Yes.
It's the same idea. So I thought it was really interesting that whether you do it from Polaris or you do it from the sun, it's the same distance in measurement.
Yes. It's something that we...
I think I'm going to like bringing this up.
Hold on a second, Eli. Yes, this is something we regularly cover. That is to say, all of these measurements are flat Earth prerequisites of elevation angles. And I'm glad you brought it up because you made it sound like a revelation, but in reality, if you can look at every single screen show, every single live show, my screenshots have got Alexandria and Cyan showing exactly that as a visual depiction with the elevation angle measurements. It's even a poem written by one deck, right? The Greeks all knew that. Yeah, that's precisely correct. They're just doing the exact same thing. They're measuring elevation angles off a flat baseline to show how much it decreases towards the horizon of a flat plane, and then ascribing linear horizontal distance measurement to it. Yeah, they're measuring Earth flat for that too. That's correct. Yes, Jay Walker. Go ahead, Eli.
No, I get that, but the kind of the revelation that I got was that you can use Polaris, right, and you can move 69 miles. It'll drop 1 degree. You can also use the sun, and it also drops 1 degree with 69 miles. It's the same whether you use the sun or you use Polaris or any other star. And I hadn't recognized that.
Yeah. You're talking about.
I didn't either. It's the same story. It's worthy of,
Yeah.
It is a revelation because it's like, because at the end of that revelation, my question is, how comes all the literature? And again, these are for the normies, not for us advanced folk, right? But how comes they keep making it like, well, Eratosthenes in his, primitive time got pretty close. Not quite, but pretty close. You're using the same globe. Shut your mouth. It's the exact same number.
Well,
the exact same number.
They're using the same.
It's the exact same number.
Yeah, they're using the same planar measurements to achieve it as well. It's just using a different light in the sky. It's all the same piss in a different bottle. Anyway, with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Massive thank you to Adam for hitting me up on PayPal during the show. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.